bad about the conference or some sort of Achilles
Oh, they
heel.
said a few things about you and me, didn't they, this morning?
Do you have it?
Hansel and Gretel?
They call... Yeah, the Ugly Sisters, I think they called
The Ugly Sisters, ready for Panto?
Yeah.
Do you think we'd be any good?
No, they talked about Andrea's sparkly dress. I think it was one of the newspapers.
Did you all see Andrea's sparkly Do you like that? Would you like the chairman to put one on later?
I was about to say you... No. I think you'd look nice in that.
I wouldn't mind. Listen, if we get a Panto offer, we'll do it, won't we?
We would, yes, absolutely.
Whatever. But on a serious note, the one thing about being here, and you heard the Nigel signing shirts at 11:45, there's a sort of long tunnel and there's another whole hall. The people here at Reform are trying to make you understand that it's important that you feel involved and that you can, as we've said, come and ask questions of people. So do that all day and have the most amazing time, because it will be fun. And I promise you, I will be finding several of you.
Can I just ask you on a very serious note? This is your first conference.
Yep.
Obviously, you've never been to a conference before.
Never been invited.
There is a reason for that, let me just tell you.
I'll do the jokes in the front row.
Okay. Leave my mother alone.
Mummy's back. Give Mummy a round of applause. Lovely.
She had a lovely evening last night.
I don't know where she was. When you went to bed at 1, she was still out.
I know she was. I'm like, Mother, go to bed.
Yep.
No, what I was going to say, on a serious note, your first conference.
Yep.
Has anything that you've seen surprised you about this conference? I think what the journalists were all saying to me was how we've come on leaps and bounds since last year.
I wasn't here last year, but what I gathered from yesterday, meeting delegates and MPs and councillors, was there seems to be a real feeling of hope in this building. There was yesterday a feeling that maybe there's a seismic moment coming in British politics. That's not for me to say, but I would say this. There was a feeling yesterday that there is change on the way, there's belief on the way, and you sort of felt that. And what was really interesting was it was across the age ranges. Last night, there were sort of 18-year-olds, you know, like, how long have you been here? Well, I'm going to bed. Right up to that 85-year-old Australian who made the newspapers today. I literally went up to him and said, he's waving a flag. Why are you waving a flag? He said, I'm Australian, I'm 85, and I just hope I live long enough to make sure that bastard's voted out. That's what he said. I didn't say that. That's what he said. Not me.
And
not me. I wouldn't say that.
No, you wouldn't say that.
Not me.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is being reported in the national press today, so we are making a lot of headlines today. So in terms of today, I mean, obviously we are on a roll. I spoke at 2 major events. What's been very interesting for me is the level of corporate engagement.
I did. You told me in my contract it would be 5 minutes at lunchtime in the other hall.
55.
48 minutes in the end. But what was interesting was there are obviously...
What contract?
Yes, it was gone. There are big businesses involved, and you can just get the feeling that what Reform is trying to do, and beginning to show that it can do, is, as you say, democratise, but also improve professionally and give the impression that the people here, I think, would believe anyway, but further afield, that this is a party that's changing and moving towards a position where it can have more of a say.
Fantastic. So are you going to do some work today?
I'm going.
Oh, right, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. See you
Ladies and
later.
gentlemen, Jeremy Kyle. Well, that brings us nicely to what we're going to do next. Let's start by talking about the democratisation of the party. So, as you know, when I took over as chairman, it was top of my to-do list. So what we did, we asked our members to put themselves forward to sit on the party's governing board. We outlined what an incredible the opportunity this was to sit on the party's most important decision-making board alongside Nigel, alongside myself and the other members of the board. Let me explain how this contest actually worked. There were 4 stages to it. Firstly, people were given a week to make an application to be a candidate. They had to be a member of the party, and they then had to pass the vetting checks, which were thorough. Then, successful applicants needed a proposer, a seconder, and this is the big thing, the support of 10 branch chairs. We then gave the nominated candidates 4 weeks to campaign, and this then culminated in a live hustings event, which I hosted at Reform HQ. It was live streamed to all our members, and many of you actually watched that hustings in real time. We then opened the voting, and that voting continued for 1 week. There was a 1-week window for voting to take place, and the verification of the votes was then undertaken by an independent third-party organisation. And I'm thrilled to say we succeeded, because our first board meeting was held earlier this week. What I can tell you is the competition was really fierce. I was so thrilled by the numbers of people putting themselves forward to be candidates. And these are people from all walks of life, and that is what makes this party different. We had some amazing candidates, and they had to be whittled down to just 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome our 3 new board members. Please put your hands together and welcome Darren Grimes, Gawain Towler, and Dan Barker. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Get out of your way. Brilliant. There we go.
So, gentlemen, really good to see you. The competition was fierce. I promised I would democratise this party, and that is what I have done. Just, Darren, perhaps you'd like to start by saying, how tough was the process?
Oh, very much so. I mean, actually, it showed the talent that we have within this party, within this movement. You know, the fact that people were so engaged in what we were discussing as far as that election's concerned, I think was really heartening and a sign of intent of the party to actually be taken seriously and be a real force in British politics.
And Dan, you were absolutely single-minded about joining the board. How difficult did you find it?
Well, I don't have the sort of the profile or media reach that these guys have got. So I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect to win. So I was made up when I got the phone call from Tom Waterhouse. So, but I was...
well done.
Thank you.
Very well done.
But I was overwhelmed by the branches I was able to get round, is the response and the interest in this democratisation.
Yeah.
There's a real desire to sort of get involved in the party, have a say, have their voice.
And Gawain, you've been around the block, let's say that nicely.
Such a kind
I mean, look, you and I have known each other for a very long time, something like 6 years. You're very well known by many of our members around the country. You've been on national media as well. I watched you in that hustings, and even you, I saw you were quite nervous in that hustings.
Yes, because it's important. It really matters. It is the great endeavour that we're all part of. And being part of that board, being the voice for you guys amongst these guys, is deeply, deeply important. And I have to say, congratulations to Dan.
Thanks, Joanne.
Because Darren and I do have a national profile. I'm that bloke off the telly and so on and so forth. Dan got here through the sheer hard work and his ability. And frankly, your election was brilliant. And I
Thank you.
cannot
Thanks
say
to the
more.
members.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to pick up on that, Dan, because one of the things that has been levelled at us, and the media are constantly having a go at us. They said we wouldn't get over 20%. They said we wouldn't get over 22%, 25%, and so on, and we're riding high at 35 or whatever it is now. But just in terms of that, the other thing, they keep saying it's Nigel's party. That couldn't be further from the truth, could it?
I think that's a very fair comment. Yeah, I think to put it all on Nigel is lazy. I think there's definitely what we're seeing is the party's building wider and stronger, and this will definitely not just be the Nigel Farage show.
Would you agree?
I absolutely would. You know, when we were campaigning, knocking on doors in County Durham, you know, it used to be redder than red until not too long ago. Well, Sir Keir Starmer's well and truly ensured that's not the case. But it wasn't the Nigel show. This was grassroots activists getting out there, involved, and making this party great.
Yeah, and actually, to be fair to you, and I've been campaigning around the country, as you know, with all of you, I seem to have gone everywhere around this country. But just in terms of that, it's really interesting, isn't it, that people, and maybe the democratisation was important for the voters to put their trust back in this party.
Yeah, absolutely, because it actually ensured that your membership counts, right? Your membership actually matters. And it really does matter because your membership ensures that we have the resources to actually get out there and win the next general election.
I was really struck by the calibre of candidates. We had amazing candidates, and people actually, you and I have worked with in the European Parliament as well. Why do you think you were chosen, Gawain?
Because I wear silly waistcoats.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Frankly. No, it's because since last year, when I ceased to be the head of press, I've gone out and become a sort of a buccaneer in the world of the media. I've been another voice apart from the elected members, apart from yourself, apart from Zia, There aren't that many people yet. I mean, the argument that it's the Nigel show worked a year ago.
Yeah.
It does not work now because more and more people are getting out into the media, council leaders, Sarah, obviously, Andrea, and so on. And we're getting more and more people that you can recognise out there in Teleland that is speaking for us and doing our work and presenting your ideas to the public. And it's working. In that year, we've gone from 14% to 35%. This isn't an accident. It's not an accident.
No, it isn't. It isn't. I mean, it was really interesting, Dan. Yesterday, after I finished, I bounced around various news stations, and they all tried, Channel 4, Sky, tried to catch me out by giving me a very difficult question at the top. But actually, they have nowhere to go with this because the conference has been such a huge success. Our amazing members, our activists, our volunteers, the democratisation of the party. I've seen a change in the way the journalists are asking the questions because actually they have nothing to ask.
Yes. I mean, I think there's definitely been a change since last year, especially with the May elections, the success there. Everyone can see that we're not just a party of protest. What we're getting in polling, we're getting in seats. And there's a genuine desire for change in the country, and we are the answer for that change.
Okay, so finally, if I may, yes, absolutely. Well, we actually held our first board meeting, did we not? Yeah. I think it was this week. It feels like a long time ago, but we held our first board meeting, and it was a 2.5-hour meeting, wasn't it? We had a full agenda, which I chaired, and then obviously everyone was there, including the leader as well, and the appointees of the leader as well. Just in terms of that board meeting, was it a good start, do you think?
My honest thought was, will this be the real thing, or is it just for show? And I can tell you honestly that it was a real meeting, there was real debate, we exchanged ideas, all three of us gave feedback from things we've heard from you on the campaign trail, and it was listened to and discussed and debated.
And Darren?
Well, as the members know, I was brought up with the mantra, shy Ben's getting out. So I will be absolutely making that clear on the board, I can tell you that for free. So no, it was the real deal, and it was incredibly heartening to see. You know, it's not often you get time to sit down with the leader of the party, given that he's more busy than goodness only knows what.
Well, the bit I enjoyed is when you turned around and said, Nigel, you're wrong.
Well...
I'd like to point out that we've all sworn to secrecy about anything that's said out of the board. Seriously, the very first thing we were told to do is not tell anybody.
I think that was okay and within the rules. Gawain, just finally, if I may, your thoughts on the fact that actually it was a very proper meeting. It was minuted. Those minutes are going out. It will change the direction of the party. That's something I'm very keen to do because actually this party belongs to the members. Without the members, and I keep using this expression, we are building from the ground up, not the top down. That's why the board is so important.
Oh, absolutely. And though there were points of disagreement, and there were, that's right and proper. I mean, I think everybody on the board is loyal, but I don't think anybody on the board is slavishly loyal. They're loyal to the cause, they're loyal to the leader, they're loyal to you guys, but they're not slavish. Because if we were, we would be failing in our duty.
Absolutely. Well, I have to say I'm delighted they got elected. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our new board members. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're off.
Yeah.
So talking about the board and democratisation, this brings us to the business part of this conference because we now move on to our 3 tabled motions, and these are an essential and integral part of this conference. Now, a month ago, we said that any member of good standing can put forward a motion only if supported by 10 other members from 10 different branches. Amazingly, even with that high bar, we had over 25 motions submitted, and it was really interesting because I saw all of those motions and there was a clear theme that people had put forward. And those motions were on three things, really: on immigration, on net zero, and on women's rights. So as chairman, I chose 3 motions that reflected that sentiment. So we are going to vote today on those motions. If the motions are carried, under the constitution of this party, which I have a duty to uphold, they have to be discussed by the party board within 3 months of this conference, and that is according to that constitution. So let's move on to our first motion then. It's been proposed by Councillor Rachel Reid. It's been seconded by Shane Oxer. And here is the motion. The first motion says, Reform UK's National Conference calls for the repeal of the 2008 Climate Change Act, the abolition of the Department for Energy, Security and Net Zero, and replacing them with a new independent energy security group focused on delivering affordable, reliable domestic power, protecting the environment, and achieving genuine UK energy sovereignty free from costly and unaccountable climate targets. I can't read that. Oh, it's the wrong one. Oh, no, that's the wrong one, chaps. It's over there. Oh, no, you've got the wrong... Sorry, they're all fired. So you've got the wrong graphic up. Thank you. Shall we start again? It's a live show. It's a live show. Right, OK, so there we are. I'll just read it again. So the conference calls for the repeal of the Climate Change Act, the abolition of the Department for Energy, Security and Net Zero, so replacing them with a new independent energy security group focused on delivering affordable, reliable domestic power, protecting the environment and achieving genuine UK energy sovereignty free from costly and unaccountable climate targets. That's the motion. So I now would like to ask Rachel Reid to join me on stage. Really good to see you, really good to see you. So the rules are this. Rachel, as you know, you have 3 minutes now to speak in favour of the motion. The clock is at the back and the clock starts now.
Thank you, David. Conference. This motion we are about to debate gives me hope, and that is exactly what this country needs. Hope for energy security, hope for affordability, hope that Britain can once again stand tall. But for nearly 40 years, we have been dragged down the ideological path. It began with Tony Blair dancing to the tune of the multinationals. It was hardened by Gordon Brown with the Climate Change Act. It was driven forward by Mad Ed Miliband, and it was cemented in law by robotic Theresa May. And through it all, the so-called opposition, Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, the Uni Party, marched in step. They forced this burden onto the people. And now we pay the price. 6.5 million households in fuel poverty, standing charges up 500%, 6.5 million, bills that never stop rising. That is not leadership. That is not fairness. That is cruelty dressed up as climate virtue. And while families struggle, our land is sacrificed. Farmland that should grow our food, torn up, buried in solar panels, strangled with pylons, all to serve an ideology. And the cost? At least 200 billion just to rewire the grid for renewables, not for hospitals, not for schools, not for police, but for cables and concrete to carry power that isn't even reliable. And after all of it, Britain still depends on gas and nuclear to keep the lights on. So we pay twice, once for renewables that fail, and again for the stations that work. That is not energy security. That is not sovereignty. That is daylight robbery. Conference, this is why we joined Reform, because the people of this country had no choice, because the people had no voice, and because someone had to stand up and say, enough. This is what Reform means to the people of the United Kingdom. Common sense, energy security, a party that speaks for the people of the United Kingdom. So, conference, I commend this motion to you.
Thank you very much. Beautifully done. Thank you very much indeed. Now I have to ask, if anyone wishes to speak against the motion, please raise your hand now if you wish to speak against the motion. Any hands? The gentleman here, right, we need to get a microphone to the gentleman. Tom, the gentleman down here.
Thank you. I'll take it. Okay, thank you. I'm not used to this. I support the motion fully, except hasn't gone far enough. I think my point is that with the decisions being made, I would like them to be made by the market and not by so-called experts behind desks in Whitehall. So could we have a market-based economy, market-based decisions, and not some individual's preferences? That's my point. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much indeed. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? Yes, a lady at the back there. Oh, it's a gentleman at the back. How rude of me, sorry. Need new glasses.
Hello there, this is working there. Ellis Holden from Broxbourne. Just my question is, how would you make sure the Independent Energy Security Group doesn't end up like another Quango? Thank you.
Sure. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? In the cheap seats at the back.
Really very much just to echo what the previous gentleman has said. I think it's very important we have our own energy security without unnecessary costs, but that wording of an independent energy security group really concerns me. It sounds like another Quango, and I'm really interested, the same as that gentleman, for your thoughts on how we would avoid it being that kind of group.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? No, in which case we move to the vote. So the vote on the motion is by a show of hands, please. All those in favour, raise your hands now. Thank you. And now, those people against the motion, raise your hands now. Thank you very much indeed. Conference, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Right, we move to our second motion. This has been proposed by Kelvin Wright and seconded by Councillor Kevin Dale. This is the motion. Let's hope it's the right one. Reform UK's national conference calls for the removal of destructive gender ideology from public service organisations. Including, but not limited to, health, fire, the rescue service, the police, education, the civil service, and a clear upholding of the Supreme Court's ruling to protect single-sex spaces. I'd now like to invite Kelvin Wright to join me on the stage and speak for 3 minutes in favour of the motion. Kelvin.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sirs, ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to propose the motion as set out at conference. I've been an NHS critical care consultant for 25 years. biological sex matters in drug dosages, in blood transfusions, epidemiology, statistics for research, in planning healthcare services. Women's health should not include a prostate exam. I've only got 3 minutes, please. I served for 14 years in the army, and I retired following a complaint by a trans activist. My crime? I had shared without comment on Facebook a post by women's rights campaigner Helen Joyce, which said, if a woman cannot stand in a public space and say without fear of consequence that men cannot be women, then women have no rights at all. This led to a dystopian investigation which is still going on many months later. Thank you to the Free Speech Union. During this time, the Navy issued multiple ID cards for different genders, including multiple IDs to the same individual. And the RAF was shown to have discriminated against white males when recruiting fast jet pilots. My time in the army showed me there are women who can run faster than me, shoot better than me, but male puberty confers a 10 to 60% performance advantage over females, depending on the activity. In general terms, men are stronger, faster, and more aggressive than women. I am sickened by seeing women knocked off the top spot of a podium by a cheating male. Who can forget the unedifying spectacle of the Paris Olympics of a man knocking 7 bells out of a woman in the boxing ring? I am sickened by hardened criminals seeking an easier time in prison by identifying as trans, when they then have potential access to women at the most vulnerable time in potentially their lives. I am sickened by statistics that show sex crimes by women are shooting up, when actually these are actually sex crimes by trans males identifying as women. Ladies and gentlemen, sex is biological, gender is a social construct. Health, the armed forces, sport, education, government quangos, emergency services, charities, and almost every other sphere of our lives have become infested with this elite progressive gender ideology. It's been gnawing away at hard-won protections which were supposed to look after our women. It is, and has always been, illegal for institutions to claim to be providing single-sex service and then allowing in biological men. Conference. We must be clear, both men and women deserve their own spaces for reasons of comfort, safety, privacy, dignity, and to prevent trauma. It is not acceptable for any institution to subvert these spaces. The law must be interpreted appropriately as it is meant to be by the law, not as Stonewall would like it to be interpreted by the activists. Finally, and I do realise I'm 20 seconds over, my sincere apologies, I would like to thank all those who have withstood a massive onslaught of abuse to fight against gender ideology. Those like Maya Forstatter, Sandy Peggy, Helen Joyce, Kathleen Stock, Lindsay Smith, JK, and of course this week, bringing it sharply into focus, Graham Linehan. What they have had to endure from the so-called Be Kind Brigade has been absolutely atrocious. It took me very little time to support Garner for this motion, to garner support for this motion from my fellow reformers, and I'm grateful for all those who've supported me. It confirmed my belief in both this motion and this party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? If you do, raise your hand now. Yes, you've spoken already, sir. Let me just get a microphone. Where are you, sorry? There. Oh, there you are. Right, there's Tom, where are you? Tom's going to the back here, I think. Oh, no, he's running around. Tom, you need to be faster. Well, that's a relief. Has Tom gone for a cup of tea? Well, quite. He's having a cup of tea. Very good. He'll never make it in a game show. Tom.
Hello, everybody. I'm here as a first-time conference attender, first political party joined ever. My point is, I do agree with this motion, but it needs to be a lot more hard line. I used to be an NHS nurse, and in the later stages of my career, I was bullied for refusing to say that a man could be a woman, because I know it is impossible. I refused to ever attend a diversity lecture. I refused to ever attend a diversity lecture. I was threatened with the loss of my job. He said, "You must go." I said, "No, it's an insult because I treat my patients the same." And the Supreme Court has laid down what the rule is, and organisations like the NHS are still ignoring it. Nurses are still being bullied and told, "No, you must have a man in your changing rooms." It's disgusting. So this motion, I support it, but it has to be a hard line and people have to obey the law, because they're not obeying it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? I have a lady at the front, Tom. You're going to be very fit.
Mine's really, really short. I just think it should include women's sports as well on the end of that. So single-sex spaces and women's sports.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aaron Lobo, our Director of Operations, now on a microphone. Aaron, this gentleman in the front over here.
I just wanted to agree with both the comments which were made. The motion doesn't go far enough in my understanding. And if you read it, it says, calls for the removal of destructive gender ideology from public service organizations. Well, that doesn't cover the Olympics, for example. I mean, I understand that if, you know, a private tennis tournament wants to obey its own gender rules, they sort of can. But in public schools, that covers public schools, but it doesn't cover the Olympics, for example. That's not a public service organization. So I think I agree completely. I think we all agree, but that wording I don't think is wide enough to include what the lady's saying here. Doesn't include sports, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe, I think we could all agree, maybe everybody agrees, and we would agree that several amendments should be made to this motion covering, making it larger.
Thank you very much indeed. Anyone else like to speak against the motion? The lady here.
Hi, where it says about education, we're looking at the DEI on the teachers and things, but the teachers who are infringing it all, putting the ideology onto the 6 and the 7, even 4-year-olds, those that say, if you're a little boy, you can be a little girl. It's got to stop.
Thank you very much. Very powerful points indeed. Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Up with Tom.
Up at the back.
Yes,
Over
I know
here,
you're at the back. Where's Tom?
To your left. On the balcony. Hi. I just want to add to what everyone else has been saying. I'm not speaking against the motion, but I'd like to point out that Reform's own constitution mentions the word gender, not sex, when it talks about protections. And that needs looked at by the board alongside this motion, please. And it changed from gender to sex-based protections. Thank you.
It's a very fair point. I will note that for the board meeting. Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Okay. First of all, this gentleman.
Again, I reiterate, I'm not against the motion, but can that motion have an appendix to include...
Sorry, could you start again? We didn't hear the top of your question.
Sorry. Right. I agree with the motion, but can it have an appendix to incorporate what has been said about it being more hardline and a little bit more construction to it?
Sure.
To widen it, that's all.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. I know there's someone else over here wanted to speak. There's also a gentleman over here as well. You're getting your steps in, Aaron. Yes, sir.
Thank you, conference. My concern as a consultant that goes into multiple private industries, private companies, I have seen multiple members of staff forced to attend DEI training that has set the most ridiculous things out as fact. And I've also seen the amount of time that wastes for these organisations. There could be 2 or 3 hours of diversity training across the entire organisation with compulsory attendance. The motion talks about public sector. The private sector also needs to have it made clear that sex is sex. It cannot be changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very strong points as well. Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Up with Tom.
So, I value democracy. I'm prepared to be publicly booed, but I am in some ways against the motion. So the motion talks about, but not limited to health. So I believe that trans people do exist, although possibly in the minority. I believe that they have a right to healthcare, and I do think that although trans people in education, there is too much biased ideology, I do think a lot of people who are trans are worried about their healthcare rights being taken away. So I would propose that health be removed from the motion. Yeah. But this is democracy. I'm here to propose that.
So can I just clarify? This motion doesn't in no way affects the healthcare that you are given as a patient, and I speak as a doctor. What it is saying is the protection of single-sex spaces.
So I believe that there can be a better way. I think we can still protect single-sex spaces and also offer gender-neutral spaces as well, and give people the opportunity to use both. So if you want to use a single-sex space, use that. If you want to have access to a communal space, like disabled bathrooms, have the opportunity to choose.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. It's not a pantomime. Anyone else wish to vote against the motion? Oh, yes. Where are you? No? Vote. It's all right. I'm getting there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is upon us. If anyone, we've done that. So if anyone, just coming to that vote, the vote on the motion, once again, is by a show of hands. All those in favour, please, raise your hand. Okay, and all those against the motion, raise your hands. That motion, ladies and gentlemen, is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, well done. Right, we come to our third motion now. It's proposed by Councillor Simon Evans. It's seconded by Councillor Matthew Salter. And here is the motion. Reform UK's National Conference calls for a review of the status of all asylum seekers granted right to remain in this country under the current and under previous governments. All cases will be re-examined to ensure they are true asylum seekers, and in addition, we will ensure safeguards such as the police national computer and counter-terrorist checks were not bypassed in order to speed up the processing of claims. I'd now like to invite Councillor Simon Evans to join me on the stage, speak in favour of the motion for 3 minutes. Very good to see you.
Don't worry, conference, I'll wait, you know. You get to an age. Thank you, conference, for taking the time to hear this motion. My name is Councillor Simon Evans. I'm the Deputy Leader of Lancashire County Council. Best council in the country, as you all know, and I'm extremely proud to be so. Conference, I bring you today a motion of extreme importance, and I ask for your support. For too long, we have watched both Conservative and Labour governments, both inept, incompetent, both terrified to take any action to combat the tidal wave of illegal migrants arriving on our shores. It's my fear, and the fear of many in this country, that these woeful previous governments have taken shortcuts to ensure the illegal migrants are processed as quickly as possible. I do not trust the Tories. I do not trust the Labour Party. Not a huge surprise. And I worry that in their haste to process asylum claims quickly, they have not been undertaking crucial safeguards. Police national computer checks, counter-terrorism checks are vital security measures to ensure dangerous people are not allowed to walk upon our streets. Protecting British citizens is the first duty of government. If mass numbers of people are allowed to enter our country unchecked, this will be a terrible dereliction of their duty. If we win, apologies, when we win the next general election, then it will be not enough to reinstate proper security checks from then on. I believe a reform government must retrospectively complete the appropriate security checks on everyone who has been granted asylum under previous governments. One of the worst things to happen in Britain in recent times is the trust has been eroded. Trust in government, trust in institutions, trust with communities, and between individual citizens. This action will not only ensure our country safe, but it will help to restore trust in our society. This motion will ensure that Reform UK Party Board considers this, making this approach our party policy. I say to you, good British folk, rise and rise again. Be the silent majority no more. With pride in your heart, scream to the heavens, I will take this no more. I will not go quietly into the night. We shall rise, and we shall stand firm, for this is our country, our people, our future. Together, let's support this motion. Together, let us be silent no more. Let us stand up for our country, and together, let's save Britain. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you ever so much. Right, if anyone wishes to speak against the motion, please raise your hand now. Yes, we've got quite a few. We need Tom Waterhouse and Aaron Lobo on hand. Right, this gentleman here at the front first.
I think 2 years is too long to wait to sort out this terrible, terrible situation that we find ourselves in now.
A very strong point indeed.
I think everybody should have a look at Magna Carta and our rights as people, because we're in that document, there is a right for the people to have their own judges. And I think a lot of documents and bills and legislation that has gone through Parliament could literally be torn up because they've ignored our rights that was signed in Runnymede.
Thank you very much. Yes, the gentleman over there with Aaron.
From Broxbourne. So at university, I came in contact with a lot of Hong Kong asylum seekers, people who have escaped genuine persecution from the Chinese Communist Party because of how much danger they are in from the security service from China. If, let's say, they've had their asylum applications sped up because of the danger they're faced, will they themselves have any sort of have their applications looked at and sort of denied on that basis? Thank you.
So just to be clear, when you read that motion, it says just to ensure that safeguards were not bypassed. And that is what we believe is happening under the current administration and the previous administration as well. So that would apply to all people who are asylum seekers. It doesn't necessarily mean that their application would be denied. We're just doing checks and balances under this.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, sir.
Can we also remove the access to free legal aid and add that to it, which will automatically cut the numbers that can actually apply for asylum? Germany have done a similar thing, and their numbers have dropped immeasurably. So, can we add that, please?
Thank you very much. Over there with Aaron. This gentleman.
Thank you. I have a view based upon the legal actions and activities that are taken, and so I know how the law seems to work. It doesn't favour us, it favours the migrants, and therefore this doesn't go far enough. When you have a right to a family, you've got an illegal migrant who comes in, he gets the right to stay, and then his family come, and it goes on. And I want to ensure that this is a wide enough scope to ensure it's not just the individual who then all of a sudden has his family here. It can be extended to exclude all of those who shouldn't be here.
We got a gentleman here in the centre part of the auditorium. We got this gentleman. Where are we going for next?
Who's it?
This lady, sorry.
Yeah, can I speak or? How far are you going back on a timeline? How many years are you going back? Because these people might have families, you know, that they've met over here. So
Sure.
I just wondered if you had a time frame.
Would it worry you if they got in and they hadn't had those security checks?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I'm in Crewe, and we've got 180 HMOs and 2 hotels. So we've got a lot of migrants in our area.
Fine. Thank you very much indeed. There's a gentleman here in the middle.
Just want to make a point clear. My name is Jordan. I'm studying law at the moment in Open University. I just want to make a point clear that this objection here, obviously it talks about checking police national computers and doing criminal checks, which obviously I'm totally for. But can we also make it clear that people shouldn't be allowed into our country just because their kid doesn't eat chicken nuggets from another country? That is not valid. That is not a valid reason to come here, take our jobs off us, discredit British people and say we're coming here regardless. I'm sorry, but that needs to be also put in there, that people cannot use excuses, and surely not those stupid excuses. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady here with the microphone.
I'd like to say something about, I work in the university sector and I've worked there for 3 decades. I'd like to say something about the fact that many applicants get visas to come and study in the United Kingdom, particularly for master's degrees. And what I've noticed increase is that they get their visa and then they kind of disappear, right? And they disappear and you don't see them again, and the next thing you hear that they're claiming asylum. And this is a serious, serious problem because the numbers are very high. And I understand that the former Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, said that the universities have to do the balance, the checks and balances. That's not feasible because basically what we need to do is make sure if students get visas and they abscond or they're not working on their degree or so on, they're literally deported, because I've seen this and it's a serious problem and it's a route in to our country. Okay?
Thank you very much. And as I said yesterday, I think in my speech, 1 million people in this country, we believe 1 million people have no right to remain.
Of course, at all.
Thank you. It is an issue that we are aware of. Thank you very much. Where are we going next? This gentleman.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think this motion is very serious and I think we need to be very careful where we're going. I'm a Devon County councillor. On Thursday, my party was basically called racist. Racist in front of Lib Dems. They blanketed it all over us. And until we get out of the ECHR, all we're going to do is line the pockets of the lawyers, the barristers. The courts are infiltrated by Lib Dems, they're infiltrated by Labour. Okay, we have to word this correctly, all right? And I think it's not worded correctly. We need to really be careful where we're going. We do not want to go backward. We do not want to be called racist, because we're not. We're looking for the security of this country. We're looking for the future. There is people who will bring good things, but I think it needs to be re-examined, the wording.
Thank you very much indeed. Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Anyone else? No? Yes, a gentleman here.
I'm from Essex, and we're quite close to the Epping problem.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, do go in.
Sorry, the gentleman at the front first.
Yeah. I think the main word that we have to concentrate on is illegal. These people are illegal and shouldn't be here. So they've broken the law by coming here. So why are we putting them in hotels when really they should be put into a holding cell and sent back? That is my view.
And of course, a view which is reiterated in Operation Restoring Justice, which we unveiled last week. Was there someone else who wanted to speak against the motion?
Hello?
No?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello?
There is
Right.
someone. Just lady right at the front over here on the right.
On your left here as well.
Aaron, where are you?
I'm on your left.
Are you? I can't see you.
There we go. Great.
You carry on.
I agree wholeheartedly with the motion, but one thing that we must do, these people are illegal. Are we going to stop paying them? All the money they get, everything, free dental, free everything, is why they come. So stop that, put that in the bill.
Thank you very much. Any more? Yes, lady on the front over here. Gentleman over here.
All right, good day, everyone. As a legal migrant myself, I strongly agree with the motion that's put forward. I moved here to integrate into British society. I love it here. But what... One of the things that I'd like for you to make clear is when you're putting this forward, share the process of legally migrating here, because I am someone who speaks to a lot of people who are legal immigrants, who are strong Reform UK supporters, and they believe that the public should know what the process is to come here legally, because a lot of people who come here illegally get migrants tarred with a bad brush. So someone like me is pushed under a migrant umbrella, but I came here legally. I believe in the values of the country. So I believe when you're putting it forward, just share with the general public what a legal migrant goes through to come to the UK.
Well said, well said. I think on that very strong note, let's move now to a vote on the motion. All those, please, in favour of the motion, raise your hands now. Thank you very much. And all those against? Thank you very much. That motion is carried, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Simon. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Really important conference business. And of course, as I say, this is about the democratisation of the party. We will take those motions. We will then discuss them at the next board meeting. Well, that brings me rather nicely to our first speaker today. He's a man I've actually known since our days in the Brexit Party. He is really a fantastic campaigner, and he's also a font of all political knowledge. He even came to my house in Suffolk to get me to sign the papers when I stood in the election some years ago. He's doing an amazing job as our Reform UK London Assembly Mayor. He holds the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to account exactly on a daily basis. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our London Assembly Member, Alex Wilson.
Good afternoon, conference. Come on, we can do better than that. Good afternoon, conference. That's more like it. Are you having a good time? Fantastic, so am I. Now, many of you were here almost exactly a year ago to hear me talk then about reform's prospects. And in 2024, on the back of that general election, those fantastic results, looking out at a crowded conference, I was feeling pretty upbeat. But let me tell you, conference, looking at you now, I have to say I'm feeling really upbeat. Because while there is so much to despair about in the government's direction of travel, it's only right that we reflect on how far we have come as a party in just 1 year. So, to paraphrase Dinah Washington, a name that will probably be lost on our burgeoning youth membership and quite possibly everyone under 60, but never mind, what a difference a year makes. And what a year it's been. So let me talk about three things this afternoon. Forgive my language here, but these three things form something of a shit sandwich, if you're familiar with that delightful metaphor. Firstly, for the upper layer of bread, I'd like to review just how far we've come. And then secondly, and here comes the filling to that sandwich, as Reform's London Assembly member, let me tell you what another year has meant for our capital city under Sadiq Khan's mayoralty. And then thirdly, back to a nice slice of bread. Normal, fluffy bread, not woke sourdough. And I'd like to look forward with optimistic anticipation to the year ahead, where we are contesting local elections in, among other places, London. So almost exactly a year ago, not long after I'd spoken on this stage, Nigel implored us to all pour out into the main hall outside the conference area, where desks had been set up for us to find our regional organisers and put our names down for the new branches. I vividly remember standing with the small knot of London organisers as a steady stream of members queued to put down their details and get involved. Now, I met many of those people for the first time then, but now some of them are branch chairs, they're holding frequent meetings in their boroughs, they're organising street stalls, they're leafleting, they're canvassing, they're taking part in council by-elections. And this is happening across the country too, where our branch structure has flourished to the point we now have over 450 branches. What an achievement. Everyone involved in branches, give yourself a round of applause. Now, when I spoke here last year, we were a party of some 80,000 members. But today, that number, as we see when we look at the ticker, it's smashed through 240,000. And we eclipsed the Tories memorably last Christmas on Boxing Day, something that clearly piqued Kemi Badenoch, and we're now hot on the heels of Labour. A year ago, we were polling at around 17%, and now we're averaging 31%, pretty much double that. Last week, the pollster Find Out Now gave us a score that was more than the Labour Party and the Conservatives combined. So even if those two parties were to form a pact with each other, it would not be enough to stop the reform march. But it's not just about the absolute level of vote share suggested by those polls that is so heartening. It's also the consistency, because our leading position is not an outlier. Reform is not bumping up and down. The steadiness of our lead reflects a real and persistent groundswell of electoral support. Reform has led in the last 109 consecutive polls. And you don't have to be a stats geek like me to understand that that really puts us in a fantastic place. But of course, while polls might predict electoral success, they are no guarantee. You have to win at the ballot box. And here, the story of the last year is one of growing success. This time last year, we held just 33 council seats. Now, we have almost 900. And up and down Britain, Reform is now running council. So at a local level, we are in government. And what a delight it's been to see Zia's Doge team exposing waste and ineffective procurement and finding real savings for the taxpayer. And that's what we'll have to do at national level too. Our council leaders are already locking horns with staffers, and people up and down the country are sitting up and taking notice. And then there's the progress we've been making in maturing as a party ourselves. Last year we adopted our constitution, and now we have a board with 3 democratically elected members. Now, I took part in that contest, and while I didn't get elected, it was amazing to see so many members engaging with that process, with that election, and placing their votes. 67,000 members voted. That's a huge level of democratic participation in our party, and I would like to congratulate Gawain, Darren and Dan for being elected. I know they will do a terrific job, and of course, I would also like to thank everyone that nominated and voted for me in that process. But most of all, I'm delighted at the outcome, because this was one election which was a 100% Reform UK win. Now, speaking of elections, the last year has also seen us perform so much better in council by-elections, which, along with our many welcome defections, continue to swell the number of Reform councillors across the country. It's local campaigning that's seen a steady and consistent roll of council by-election wins, 75 wins since the general election, including an incredible 32 wins since May's local election triumph. And if I were to single out one victory in particular, it would be that of Alan Cook in Bromley Common and Holwood on July the 24th, giving Reform UK its first elected London councillor. So, speaking of London, let me get to that sandwich filling and reflect on what this year has meant for our capital city under the mayoralty of Sadiq Khan, or Sir Sadiq, as he is now called, because chief among his personal achievements over the last 12 months is, of course, his knighthood. Now, I'll let you decide on whether or not you think that gong is deserved. You can probably imagine what I think, but let me give you a few clues. In a year in which the Greater London Authority's council tax precept has reached yet another record high. If you followed our recent national campaign on crime, you'll have heard us say that Britain is lawless. Let me tell you, London is lawless, and it's getting worse every day. It's been a record year for phone theft, with 116,000 phones stolen in London in the last year. That's 13 every hour. We've had the worst year on record for knife crime incidents, up 79% on 2016, the year Sadiq took office. And yet recently, he posted on social media that knife crime hospital admissions for under 25s were 40% lower since his violence reduction unit was launched in 2019. Conference, let me tell you, if he put as much effort into fighting crime as he does into cherry-picking statistics, perhaps London would be less lawless. And sadly, policing is in retreat, with the closure of 18 out of 37 police station front desks in London due to the shortfall in the city's policing budget. But as an illustration of the mayor's disastrous choices, he's decided not to find just £7 million that would be needed to keep those front desks open. So what is he spending his money? Actually, it's not his money. What is he spending our money on, you might ask? Over the next 3 years, he's spending £25 million on, wait for it, decarbonising the police estate. He is more concerned about net zero than he is about dealing with crime. He is squandering millions on decarbonising police buildings, but slamming their front doors in Londoners' faces. But it's not just crime on which our newly knighted mayor is failing our capital. At a time when it is harder than ever to get on the property ladder, he's letting down Londoners on affordable housing, with building starts this year down to fewer than 4,000, when by the GLO's own reckoning, we need more than 10 times that each year. Our transport system has become an honesty box, with around £130 million lost to fare evasion, as those that simply choose not to pay brazenly force their way through the barriers, as Transport for London staff simply stand and watch. He continues to keep his foot on the throat of London's motorists, imposing a toll on the Blackwall Tunnel after 154 years of freedom. And elsewhere on transport, he's threatening to squander public money on a futile judicial review to reverse his own government's decision to finally push ahead with a much-needed third runway at Heathrow. Indeed, living in Khan's London is a little like being in an airplane on a perpetual holding pattern waiting to land. Nobody's getting anywhere, money's being wasted, and everybody's becoming increasingly pissed off. But for all the ineptitude of Khan's mayoralty, he faces little substantial opposition in City Hall, where I am Reform's lone Assembly member. The Greens concern themselves with ephemera such as, and I'm really not joking here, having a smaller font size on the labels for meat dishes in the City Hall canteen to nudge us towards a plant-based diet. The Lib Dems are no better. But it's the Tories that are shocking in their social conformity, as they too appear to have allowed themselves to drift towards the Assembly's Marxist centre of gravity. Earlier this year, they refused to support my budget amendment to scale back the costs of the mayor's office to 2016 levels when he was first elected. The idea was to divert the funding to recruit 1,000 additional police officers, but the Tories were not interested in working with me. Furthermore, they've never opposed Khan's accelerated green pathway, a C40 cities plan which has set a 2030 deadline for London to hit net zero, 20 years ahead of the national target, and nor have they challenged the eye-watering level of spend that he's throwing at this. £1.4 billion alone this year, compared to the £1.1 billion he's spending on policing. But worst of all, Conference, when Labour proposed a motion to give illegal immigrants free bus travel across London, every one of the Tory group abstained. I was the only Assembly member to oppose. So you get a sense of what I'm up against in the London Assembly. And this brings me to the year ahead, because while we unfortunately have to endure another 3 years before the next mayor and Assembly elections, we do have the opportunity to bring change to London in the local elections next May. Now, it might be easy to consign London as lost, to think of it as not natural reform territory, but this would be a mistake and a betrayal of the growing army of reform members and activists in London that want their city back. I too want my city back. But this is not about ethnicity. Just watch the videos of some of the protests outside the Britannia Hotel in Canary Wharf, where a large proportion of the protesters are themselves first-generation immigrants, but they came here legally and are aghast at this government's failure to secure our borders. So a year ago, Reform was hitting single figures in percentage vote share in council by-elections in London. But in the intervening year, our share has increased to the point that, as demonstrated by Councillor Alan Cook, we can win council seats outright. So as we survey the donut, London's outer boroughs, there are some where we absolutely can campaign seriously to take control. Bexley, Havering, Bromley, Croydon. The potential for reform in these councils is huge if we can work hard enough. Elsewhere, we can win seats, we can hold the balance of power, and most importantly, we can give a voice to the many, many Londoners that see reform as their only hope. Last year, Nigel closed the conference by saying how optimistic he felt about reform's future. At that time, it was mostly a feeling, a vibe. I felt it too. But now our optimism is grounded in the reality of what's been achieved in such a short time. I only have to look back to May of last year, driving all over London with our regional director, Roger Gravett, scouring the city for 10 members or supporters in each borough who could sign our mayoral candidates' nomination papers. In some boroughs, it took quite a lot of scouring, let me tell you. But just over a year on, those same boroughs have reformed branches, committees, campaign teams, and regular meetings with 60 or 70 people. It's extraordinary. But yet we cannot take anything for granted. Next May's elections are one more step towards taking our country back, and we all need to keep putting our shoulder to the wheel. It's old-fashioned campaigning that moves the dial, and I would urge you all, if you're not already doing so, to put your hands up, help out with leafleting and canvassing wherever elections are taking place next year. Now, I mentioned Roger Gravett a moment ago, and none of what has been achieved to date in London, including standing 75 general election candidates last year and establishing 26 branches, none of that would have happened without Roger's tireless work and guidance. And I'm sure you'll all join me in thanking him, so thank you, Roger. But when we look at how far reform has come, while recognising we still have a long way to go, we can stop and take some pleasure in what's been achieved by our party's leadership and by the rest of us, the rest of you, the wider membership. And nothing has given me greater pleasure than watching the establishment descend into a state of demented denial at reform's success. A year ago, the establishment, by which I mean the older parties, the legacy media, assorted commentators, had a number of ways of dealing with their cognitive dissonance, the psychological condition under which you struggle to explain events around you. They would say something along the lines of, what happened with reform in the general election was a protest vote. Maybe true to some extent then, but not true anymore. Reform is Nigel and an iPhone. They have no ground operation. Not anymore. The trouble with reform is it's not democratic. Not anymore. And the trouble with reform is that it's got no record in government. Again, not anymore. One by one, we have swept away all those reasons to not take reform seriously. So now all that is left is their hope that reform will somehow blow up or implode, possibly both at the same time. Not sure how that's possible, but it's because it won't happen. And besides that, all our opponents can do is smear us. Just witness what Peter Kyle had to say about Nigel's rightful opposition to the Online Safety Act. It was truly disgusting, but we can expect more. But thankfully, the voters are not stupid. They can smell the despair in a political class that has run out of ideas. So, keep your shoulders to the wheel, conference, because now really is the time for reform. Thank you very much.
I have to tell you, he's the most amazing man, ladies and gentlemen. He's such a tireless campaigner. And we will get Sadiq Khan out of office if it kills us, ladies and gentlemen. Right, let's hand over to Mr. Kyle. JK, what's up?
Good afternoon, I should say now, David. Now, backstage, we said earlier in the introduction that we had a very important announcement to make. Delighted to be joined by Deputy Leader Richard Tice. Here we are in all our glory.
We're now to spoil things. Here we are backstage, but we do have an incredibly important speaker later this afternoon at around about 3 o'clock, just before I speak. Someone that I met in the summer, and someone who's quite well known, has become very well known by name for all the wrong reasons. Someone who's just an ordinary person, ordinary family with children and a husband, who then got a bit grumpy one night, put out a slightly offensive, vile tweet, and was then subject to two-tier justice from two-tier Keir. And so I went to visit this person in Her Majesty's prison of Peterborough. And you've worked it out, folks. On stage later, you won't want to miss it, Lucy Connelly will be appearing for the first time here at Reform UK's conference.
You can hear from the delegates, and I think wider afield people will say Lucy Connelly became a beacon for so much of what's happened over the last few months. Why was it a particular story that you yourself and Reform took forward, Richard?
Because it was so unjust, such an appalling infringement of free speech from an authoritarian Prime Minister who 12 years ago, when he was Director of Public Prosecutions, put out guidance that someone who puts out an offensive tweet, who then deletes it and apologises for it, shouldn't be prosecuted or jailed. And here we are 12 years later, he's one of the biggest hypocrites in the land, in competition with his own former Deputy Prime Minister. And it is absolutely essential in a democracy to have free speech. And we've crossed the line. And just this week, sort of still reeling from the horrors of Lucy Connelly, and mercifully she was released in late August. But just this week we had Graham Linehan being arrested by 5 armed officers coming off an aeroplane because he put out a tweet. And because he's a comedian. Sometimes things are funny, and sometimes funny things can offend.
But isn't it how you take that? Do you not, as an individual, have a right to decide whether you find that amusing or you find that offensive? Why are we being told that that is how we should react to something?
Because this is what socialists, deep, hard left socialists do. If you don't agree with them, if you don't agree with that and speak in their own weird progressive language, then you're a bad person. And in a sense, that's what's happened. And that's why Nigel went to speak at that congressional hearing earlier this week to talk about free speech with our most important strategic ally. And you will not want to miss hearing from Lucy Connelly as she speaks for the first time live at an audience. And I think that she has a really important role to play as a beacon of...
Could almost say a flag bearer, but we don't know if we can fly a flag.
We absolutely do. And I had a wonderful message from someone who said they drove 1,000 miles in the last 3 days and was delighted to see so many flags. But Lucy is resilient. When I met her in prison, I found her rational, calm. She was dealing with all sorts of things. What I believe was she showed me the bruises on her hands from an assault by prison officers, an alleged assault, when they wanted to take her to the naughty girls' wing as opposed to the good girls' wing. And this sort of stuff is not right. But I think she has a massive role to play in talking about free speech within our United Kingdom.
Okay, David, so that's the announcement. And if you have friends in the hall that are out the back, this afternoon, before Richard, before Nigel, Lucy Connelly will be live at Reform 2025. Over to you, David.
Super, thank you very much. And I want to actually thank Richard Tice, who's worked so hard on behalf of Lucy Connelly, and actually the team who have put this programme together. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that she will have spoken in public, and she has chosen to do so at our conference. Now, over the last month or so, we've been running our Britain is Lawless campaign. I have to tell you that some truly incredible people have joined our ranks, including retired Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton. He is heading up our crime task force. I've spent a lot of time with him. He's a great man. He was the man responsible for locking up Levi Belfield. He was the serial killer, sex offender, rapist, kidnapper, and burglar. He was also responsible for locking up Delroy Grant, the serial rapist known as the Night Stalker, and he carried out a series of offences of burglary, of rape, sexual assault between 1992 and 2009, and I am thrilled that he has joined Reform UK. Now, joining Colin on our task force also is the formidable ex-prisoner governor, Vanessa Frake, who I have also come to know quite well from our many conversations on my Talk TV weekend breakfast show. Now, Vanessa was in charge of the incarceration of serial killer Rose West and also the Moors murderer Mara Hindley. We are taking this very seriously because, ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt Britain is lawless. And here to host our Britain is Lawless panel, I'm delighted to say, is a colleague of mine, again from Talk TV. He's an extremely well-known British journalist. He's a former editor of the Scottish Daily Mirror, now presenter of Talk TV's breakfast show known as Morning Glory. He also presents Plank of the Week. Of course, it's the one, the only, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mike Graham.
This is great, isn't it? A lot of empty seats down the front, but that's all right. Is Britain lawless is the question. Thank you, David, by the way, for a fantastic introduction. And all of our panellists are coming on very shortly. Colin Sutton, Layla Cunningham, Rupert Matthews. We've got a lot to talk about. This very morning, I was actually just walking back to the hotel. Lots of people being very kind, lots of selfies being taken. And I ran into this one couple, and I said, I'm doing this panel on lawlessness. Welcome. There's Layla Cunningham, ladies and gentlemen, Rupert Matthews, and Colin Sutton. And this very nice couple who were very pleased to meet me. And I said, I'm doing this panel on lawlessness in Britain. And they said, well, that's good, because we've just had our car nicked. And I was like, what? And I said, from where? From the hotel car park just up the road. And when they went to see the management, they said, we've just had our car nicked from your hotel car park. And they went, yeah, it happens all the time. So this is the problem. We've got a country now which is literally lawless. We've got a police force who go around arresting people for sending tweets that they don't like. And if you get your car nicked, or you get your house burgled, or you get your phone stolen, or you get raped, nobody gives a damn. And so we're going to talk about it, and we're going to find out what is going on. So here we are. Welcome to Lawless Britain. Guys, I'll start with you, Layla, because you're a councillor in Westminster. Westminster is a place which everybody knows. Everybody walks around it. Everybody who has walked around it has probably been a victim of crime at some point. You've spoken before about your teenage sons and how much you worry about them. Tell us about how lawless London is.
Knife crime has gone up by about just under 70% in the past decade. Shoplifting is at its peak. Knife crime is at its peak. Sexual assault is at its peak. In fact, shoplifting is a form of shopping for some people in London because
we like to call it irregular shopping.
Oh, no, I'm going to go shopping today. I'm just going to rock up to Sainsbury's, steal a bunch of things, and walk out. And we have a mayor who's actively deprioritized public safety. As crime goes up, he's cut police. So he's cut visible policing to nothing. I don't know anyone who lives in London who actually sees a police officer unless there's a protest or something. He's cut stop and search. He's actually managed to politicize stop and search, so he's halved it. And now we're here. He broke a manifesto pledge to cut all public-facing counters, a lot of them, in the police stations. And to top it all up, he's cutting all police from the royal parks in London in November. So as crime goes up, he actually decreases criminal resources. He's very, very good at punishing motorists.
Yeah.
But he doesn't care about punishing criminals.
Yeah. I was in Oxford Street not very long ago, just outside Selfridges, and there was this sort of big noise suddenly I was aware of. And it was these kids on bikes, you know, just push bikes, and they do this thing where they ride up on the wheelie, and they're going in front of cars, and there was about 60 of them. And they were literally just riding down Oxford Street, both lanes, terrifying, you know, the tourists. I don't know what it's like. You're in Leicestershire, aren't you? So tell us, Rupert, what it's like there. But in London now, you know, basically people who come to visit say, I'm not bringing my watch, I'm not putting any jewellery on, I'm not going to get my phone out. It's just incredibly bad.
Well, that's right. And in Leicestershire, we've been making a real effort about that sort of street crime. We've been getting more police actually on the streets. So we mapped out across Leicestershire and Rutland where most street crime was happening, where it was most lawless. Yeah. We've put extra police officers in there. And this comes as a huge shock. Do you know, if there are police officers actually on the street in the old-fashioned helmet, being very visible, crime goes down. It's great. But that comes as a shock.
It's like magic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, part of the problem here is trying to get the support of the courts, because you arrest someone just for being a bit of a yobber, not actually for murder or robbery. The courts will not give out a proper sentence, and of course they walk through and they think, well, I got away with that, so I'll have another go.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Colin, you're an old police. I don't want to call you an old policeman, but you know, you're an old-fashioned copper. I mean, a lot of people say to me when they see the police now, they don't look scary. You know, they don't look. I don't want to be sexist. Obviously, at the Reform Conference, that would be wrong, misogynistic even. But there are some women police officers who literally couldn't stop a 10-year-old, and I think that's part of the problem, isn't it?
And some male ones as well.
Yeah.
You know, let's not beat about the bush. There's, you know,
Move the microphone a bit closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. Well done. It's like match of the day, this, isn't it?
I normally have a man to do that for me. Physical standards were abandoned some time ago, and you've got smaller police officers than we used to have, and that's the case. I think the thing for me about the whole issue is engagement. It's about the fact that what we're doing in terms of policing now is not what you want. We're policing an ideology, we're policing academic ideas ahead of policing the reality of what you find in your streets.
Yeah.
And that's what needs to stop. Yeah. I'm going to be very careful here, but I've wanted to say this, and I won't infringe any kind of contempt or whatever.
Well, that's not my problem.
But it's probably not mine.
That'd be yours.
But if you imagine a hypothetical example where a very active person on social media who is the proponent of a certain cause complains about a social media post that she or he feels is abusive, and a senior officer knows that if he or she doesn't do something about it, that person will kick up such a stink that they will get a black mark for their next promotion process, the easy answer for them is to tell those below them, go and arrest that person. And that's where it goes wrong.
You know, here's the other... Go on.
I was a senior Crown prosecutor, and there was a huge focus on prosecuting hate crime. And hate crime was one of the... As a senior prosecutor, I could withdraw a lot of charges. Yeah. But if they were sexually or racially or religiously aggravated, I'd have to get senior approval. And there was a real focus on hate crime. And many of the times, I was just prosecuting a drunken rant. And yeah, sure, there are racists, and we all encounter them, but for me, society will deal with them. If you're a racist and you're a horrible person, you're not going to have any friends, you're not going to have a job, and I think society deals with it. I think the government has to stop interfering in everything, and we've got to stop policing speech. I mean,
we're going to talk about Keir Starmer for a moment. Forgive me. You know, our great leader. What an absolute plank. The idea. I mean, it's brilliant that Richard Tice is bringing Lucy Connelly here this afternoon, because I think that is a real moment in justice in this country. You know, and the way that she was dealt with was quite disgusting. And I don't take any notice of Starmer and his goons when they say, oh no, we didn't have anything to do with that. That was just the justice system. You know, absolute bullshit. I'm sorry. You know? Because everybody knows she was told to plead guilty. She was never let out of prison from the moment they arrested her. She was never allowed home to see her family. You know, she was treated abominably and ridiculously harshly for what she did. And at the end of the day, we've got a Stasi literally running this country, and we've got to get them out, right? Whatever it takes. Because I saw something, I'm sorry, I'll shut up in a minute. I saw something, I did say it's only half an hour, I did it on my own. I saw something on Twitter about a week or two ago, and it was about, it was during the height of people putting flags in places, you know, and there was a guy being told by a police officer, I'm not sure where it was, I think it was somewhere in the Midlands, that he had a dispersal order for the area of, you know, section 34, is it, something like that? And he said, you've got to leave. And he said, what do you mean I've got to leave? Why? You're causing distress to people for putting up a St. George's flag. And he said, who am I causing distress to? And he pointed at the migrant hotel. And the guy goes, so sorry, you've got people in there who've come to this country illegally, have therefore broken the law. They've said to you that I, out here, who am not committing a crime, is causing them distress, and I'm the one that has to vacate the premises? Are you joking? And that's where we are. I mean, how important is... How important is your role as a police and crime commissioner? I mean, can you influence what the actual on-the-ground police officers do?
Well, I can assure you that didn't happen in Leicestershire, so that's great
Glad
news.
to hear it.
I cannot issue orders, but Colin's absolutely right, and this is, I think, where a lot of policing is going wrong. The weather is set by the College of Policing, the National Police Chiefs Council, the government, and so on. And police officers, as the same as everyone, they want to get promoted, they want to earn more money, they want to take their kids on holiday. And they know that in order to get promoted, helping the public is not going to get them promoted. Mouthing all the platitudes about racism and disproportionality and all that sort of stuff, that's how they get promoted. And that's why the weather is set from above, and increasingly police officers are doing what the College of Policing want them to do, not what the public want them to do.
So how do we change that, Layla?
So can I just step in? And I want to give a big shout out to all the police officers that I've worked with. Police officers risk their lives to save us. Yeah, there are a few bad apples. I was lucky enough to be invited to a police dojo, and it's a really incredible place. But basically, they work through really difficult physical and real-life scenarios. And they really make decisions in a split second, and so many protect us, and they're undervalued by the people at the top. And the problem is, yes, police officers are under direction from the people at the top to prosecute hate crime. We have so much hate crime legislation, and it's such a priority that you can't really blame the police officers for enforcing such robust laws. And because there's very little proof or very little evidence gathering that is needed to prove a hate crime, it's an easy win. And it's not... So, yeah, the police, I don't think Britain's free anymore when you're policing hate crime. Are we actually comfortable with someone being met at the airplane with 5 armoured police for something they tweeted? Is that a free country? That's not free to me. And that's what you have. But let's not forget who the Police and Crime Commissioner is, right? That's Sadiq Khan. And let's not forget who put all this legislation in place. That is the Conservatives and Labour. They talk about free speech, but they do the total opposites. And Reform, that's why I joined Reform, because they really believe in your personal freedoms. Listen, I'm happy to be offended. Offend me as much as you want. I'm never going to call the police on it, because being offended is part of who we are, and it's part of being free. So I must defend the police a bit, because they do go through a hell of a lot. They're undervalued, and I know that there's a recruitment problem because of that.
But part of that recruitment problem, I think, is because people aren't being allowed to do the job that they thought they were going to do when they signed up.
Exactly that.
They actually don't want to be policing social media. They want to be policing criminals and crime and antisocial behaviour. And what I find cheering, or I find uplifting, and think there's hope, is when I'm not talking about the case itself, but there was Graham Linehan wrote a blog about what happened, and in that he said the police officers that arrested him seemed bewildered and embarrassed. That gives me hope. That gives me hope.
Yeah. But there's so many of these cases, and I'd like to give a shout out. I don't know if Toby Young is here or if the Free Speech Union are here, but they've done some brilliant work defending people who get wrongfully arrested, wrongfully banged up. I mean, I think they're working with Graham now. He's suing the police as a result of what it does. So a big round of applause for the Free Speech Union. But, and the other funny thing is, and this is what also gives me hope, is that they always win.
Yes.
They always win, because everybody can see when justice is being misused, and everybody can see. And I take your point later about the police, and I've met many police, and I know loads of police, and in the old days, and many of them. Well, I wouldn't say that.
Police officers and women.
We'll talk about that
Does
later.
matter sometimes, but not in policing.
Yeah, but the bottom line is that there are still many police who actually relish doing it, because you can tell. You know, like the 6 police officers who turned up to arrest those guys who had a row with their school over their kid, you know. That case, I think, is still going through the courts because they're suing. So how do we change it, though? Because it's all very well sitting here talking about it, but, you know, we need to change the culture. How do we do it?
OK, so you've got to win the general election. That's the first thing. Right. You've got to make sure that people that set the weather, so you're talking about the College of Policing, the Home Office. I mean, the Home Office just do not believe in strong law and order.
I think we should just do away with the Home Office and start again. Honestly, the Home Office doesn't work in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I mean, that would be absolutely
They're crap at deporting people. They're terrible at dealing with asylum seekers. They're hopeless about dealing with police. The judicial system is similar. I mean, you know, I can't remember the last time we had a decent Home Secretary.
At the end of the day, though, Reform UK is a political party. We're here to win elections. So I'm going to put a pledge in. We've got Police and Crime Commissioner elections coming up in 3 years' time. Win them. If you win them, you get Police and Crime Commissioners in place. Our powers are limited. Yeah. But again, we're setting the weather. You know, my police officers in Leicestershire know I'm going to back them up. They're not going to have some woke idiot who'll say, oh, no, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, you upset somebody. No, I'm going to support them. They know that, and it gives them the confidence to go out and do their job properly as police officers should.
Let me ask you later, how easy is it for you, as a now Reform councillor in Westminster, to influence what happens in the police around Westminster?
So I'm known as the crime-fighting counsellor because I have no police, so I take matters into my own hands. When my kids were mugged, I had to run after the mugger. I was called vigilante mom because the police told me, I'm sorry, we don't have any resources, but I don't want to do that. And what we need to discuss is police resources have been decimated, right? So my safer neighbourhood team consisted of 10, now it's 1 or 2, and that person has to go give evidence. And for me, and I've said this before, it's a real dereliction of duty. A government's main duty, something we cannot provide for ourselves privately, is policing and keeping us safe. They failed at the border and they failed on our streets. And that delegitimizes their power to govern us. And they cannot cut police, right, and expect the streets to be safe. Like Rupert said, having a policeman walking down the street, it's a deterrent, whether you like it or not. When I was a teenager and I'd see a copper, I definitely wouldn't get up to any mischief.
Right.
It's like when your parents are home, you don't do anything wrong. You don't light up a cigarette when you're 12 years old, but when they're out, you do it all. So it's the same. You need police on the streets. They shut down all our magistrates, so many magistrates courts, hundreds of them, and all criminal matters start in the mags. And actually, in 2008, after the financial crisis, the criminal justice system took the biggest cuts. And the Tories and Labour can't talk about this because they caused it. They're complicit, so...
From my view, one thing, I want to change the culture of leadership so that police leaders care more about their team and their community than they do about themselves, because that's been lost, okay? We don't actually know, we probably don't have enough police officers, but because they spend 70% of their time doing things that most people would think aren't policing, like sitting at hospitals with mental health cases, or taking people between social housing crises and things like that. If we actually get police officers doing police work, then we might be able to decide whether we've got enough or we need some more. You know, if we were able to reverse, to a degree, the closure of all these police buildings, because the two factors that does is, one, if you're in the high street in your city or town, you've got that blue lamp and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and the clubs are turning out and you feel a little bit dodgy at the moment because everything's boarded up between the vape shops and the barbers. you see that blue lamp in the middle, you've got a sanctuary. You think you've got something there that's going to keep you safe. So there's that aspect of it. But it's also back to what I say is the most important thing, engagement. It's engagement, because policing has to be done listening to you.
Yeah. But this is what's happened, though. Sorry, this is what's happened to our country, right? And this is why you're all here. This is why reform is here, and it's time, because we've had basically probably 20 years of this whole country being denuded, watered down, people not listened to. Nothing works. None of the Home Office doesn't work. The trains don't work. The police don't work. The NHS doesn't work. Nothing works.
And the police are hobble. I know it's a cliche to say the police are fighting crime with one hand tied behind their back. But 5 years ago, if a police officer saw a motorbike and it was really loud because they'd taken the silencer out, he could stop and say, your motorbike's too loud, and do something about it. They can't do that now, because a police officer has to be specially trained to tell if a motorbike is too loud. And the training, wait for it, the training cost my budget £1,000. So
what is the training? As a matter of interest?
I've no idea.
Here's a loud noise.
All right. But it means that only a minority of police officers have been trained to tell a motorbike's too loud, and that goes right across the board. So the old days that Colin will know, when a police officer went into a community and policed a community, they can't do it now because they're hobbled by the people who should be helping them. That's why I'm going to keep coming back to it. We've got to win elections. We've got to get Nigel into number 10. We've got to get more police and crime commissioners elected. Next year, we've got, I think, 6 mayoral elections where the mayor is going to be holding police and crime. We've got to get these guys elected, then we can do something about it. We've got to win elections, so get out there, deliver leaflets, knock on doors, get the votes in the ballot box.
Sorry, Leila.
I was just thinking, so there are so many, I know you've all seen hollowed out high streets, and I proposed it in my ward. I propose that people who own those shops what police really lack is a touchdown in their ward. So a lot of them have to travel quite far to the police station that services that area. And I wanted to put almost temporary police stations into these abandoned shops.
Remember the old blue boxes?
It would be great community engagement. And I know that a lot of those shops are squatted. There's a lot of ASB around it. And so you could all lobby your local landlords of those shops that are abandoned. And they don't have to be on a permanent basis, but they could be. And also, you could encourage people to become
like
special constables.
Neighbourhood police.
Specials is a great job. I wanted to be a special, but you can't if you're political. You get all the rights of a police officer and none of the responsibility. It's really great. You don't get paid. And you get to, I know a doctor who doesn't have time, but he just gives up digital. He works digitally and helps them with that. But I think a touchdown in every high street where police officers can go in all these empty shops that I'm sure we all have in our towns and villages would be great.
We call them pop-up cop shops.
Pop-up cop shops.
Pop-up cop shops. I love
That's
that.
a great idea. A great idea.
I know we've not got much time. There's one thing that I think is really important about this whole business that we're trying to do here that I need to impress on you. When things happen to do with crime at the moment, you will be told we're getting a new law. We're going to do something about this. Don't be gaslit anymore by this, okay? We, the police, have got virtually all the powers they need. There are all the offences on the statute books that they need. In fact, there are too many.
We need less legislation, not more.
And the response that you get when something happens, this government will say, oh, we're going to make a new law because that makes you think, or it's meant to make you think they're doing something. It's not doing anything. It's nothing. We've got the power there. We just need the means to enforce it.
And the really good news, right, is that we've got a new Justice Minister. His name's David Lammy. I mean, whoever came up with that idea?
It makes you shudder, doesn't it?
It really does. It's quite unbelievable. But this is the other thing. We talked about the courts, and I'm told by people in the legal profession that, about 50% of our courts are never open.
That's right.
They haven't got anybody to put in there.
There.
And when they do actually get cases, quite often the police don't turn up to prosecute the case, so the guy gets let off. You know, nobody seems to be watching any of it, you know?
Yeah, and it cascades backward because the courts don't impose proper penalties. Crown Prosecution Service don't want to spend a lot of money when the guy's just going to get a slap wrist. And then the police don't want to spend a lot of time investigating something that the Crown Prosecution aren't going to prosecute. So it all cascades backwards, and it ends up with people getting off scot-free for the most ridiculous behaviour that you were talking about, the kids on bikes. You know, they should be getting punished, and it's got to be visible
because
policing.
it's frightening when people do that.
Yeah, that's right. And yet, you know, it's all cascading backwards and forwards because you've got a system which is coming from the Home Office that basically does not believe that punishment works.
The thing is, we have prolific shoplifting. We have prolific antisocial behaviour that doesn't end up in a prison sentence. And they are free to come back the next day, and we've all seen it. In our towns and villages, it's the same offenders. They get arrested, they've stolen about 100 quid, or, I don't know, they've caused some antisocial behaviour, drunk and disorderly, and the next day they're on the high street again. They can't be in prison for it, and they shouldn't be. But there's one tool that is so underused by our police officers because they don't have enough resources, and that's called a CBO. And that's a criminal behaviour order, which bans them from the area. And I've spoken to a lot of police forces. They don't have the resources to apply for that. Only the City of London, which is a totally separate force to the Met, does. And that bans them from entering your area. And that is punishment enough when we don't have enough prison spaces. But because we have justice ministers who have no idea about the criminal justice system or what the hell they're doing. This is not, they'll do it for a football match, and now they want to introduce it to a concert, but the ordinary person walking down the high street, we don't matter. No. You can come back every single day, commit the same offence, and they can't be bothered to apply or to focus on criminal behaviour orders, and that's something I want to see.
Well, David Lammy, of course, famously was being interviewed once, do you remember? He was up in North London, and he said, you know, the thing is, you never see any police on the street. There's literally a guy behind him in a police uniform. But can we also do another thing, which is, you know, we've supposedly got no room in our prisons. We've got 12,000 foreign prisoners in our prisons. Can we not just get them the hell out and deport a lot of them?
Absolutely.
Like now.
For a start, if they come here and commit a crime, we don't want them in this country anymore. They should go. But also, it would free up space in the prisons for guys who, at the minute, are effectively getting let off because they say, there's not enough space in the prisons.
Seems like a very easy fix, doesn't it?
You'd have thought, but again, you know, you've got to have the will to do it. And I know I keep coming back to this. We've got to keep winning elections in order to get people in positions of power who actually want to do this stuff. That's the only time it will happen. So we've got to win elections.
Why are they in here anyway? You've got to ask yourself, why are we importing risk? No one's denying we have our own sexual offenders. Of course we do. That's why we want tougher policing and sentencing round. But our government is importing risk, right? We have people coming on boats who we have no idea of their criminal history. Zero. And that unknown is a huge risk. And any government would take it into account when placing them. But they don't.
Yeah, but don't worry, though,
They place them at our doorstep.
No, but Keir Starmer's thought of a way of fixing that. He's going to give them all digital ID, because that's going to really make a difference,
They're
isn't
going to
it?
put them ahead of everyone else in house. I mean, it is maddening.
I know. It really is absolutely incredible. We've run over. It says, please end now over there. OK, then. Any last words from you, Colin?
No, we get it. We know, you know, and we're going to do it. When we win, it will be better.
OK. Great message. Thank you very much, Layla. Thank you, Rupert. Thank you, Colin. And thanks to all of you for making this such a great event, because without you, it's nothing.
We off?
Cool. Are we done?
Well done, chaps. Nice to meet you, Colin. Thank you very much indeed. Great stuff from Mike and the panel there. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the hall, it's now time for lunch. Our breakout sessions continue in Britannia, Liberty, Nelson, Endeavour and Union Theatres. Now, just before you run off, so much more still to come this afternoon, including Sarah Pochin explaining her journey from magistrate to MP. We've got consultant cardiologist Aseem Malhotra. He will be making Britain healthy. We also have our special mayoral panel. And if that wasn't enough, Alison Pearson and Liam Halligan from The Telegraph will be hosting this very special Planet Normal podcast with Lucy Connelly, and you cannot afford to miss that. And then, of course, that will be followed by our fantastic Deputy Leader, Richard Tice MP, and our indomitable leader, Nigel Farage MP, will close this year's conference. Now, if you're watching at home, do not fear. Once again, we have special programming for you throughout the lunch break. So from DDB to JK, Jeremy Kyle, take it away.
David, thank you very much indeed. Right, so this is now affectionately known as the Jeremy Kyle Hour. Are we on? Yes. We are on. Thank you, David Bull. You go and have your lunch. It's 45 minutes of me. We are backstage in the other main hall. So much between now and 2:15, including, I think, lots of MPs, including Nigel Farage, at the merchandise store. We'll do that. We're going to run around. We're going to get lots of opinions. Grabbed a man called Mr. Armstrong, who's come a long way from Newcastle and is reformed through and through. Why are you here, Rob?
Well, I want to be part of what's happening, and I think we're about to see a seismic shift in the politics of this country for the better. We've all seen the disaster that's unfolding before our very eyes. And I think Nigel Farage, who takes so much stick, you know, he was responsible for taking him out of the European Union, which I was a massive fan of, and something has to change. And I think we're seeing it, and this is the start of it, and I couldn't miss this, so I've travelled down. I've been lucky enough to be backstage. I've been lucky enough to speak to everybody. But the feeling for change in the country, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion, and that's up to them. But I've seen enough, and to watch somebody come in after 14 years of seeing the mistakes that was left for them, and not have a plan, and to take it to where they're going to take it, which is nowhere good. We're really ready for change.
When you've come here, and I've been here for 2 days now, there's a feeling in this auditorium, in this building, of real hope. There's a feeling of, and in fact, if you look around, it's all age ranges, from 18, 19-year-olds through to old people. Suddenly there seems to be a feeling and a belief that maybe change is imminent. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I know, there's only so many people can come to these events, but I've got friends of all age groups, and there are all sorts of levels of people, hard-working people, wealthy people. So many people are saying the same thing, and I think because of the way Starmer treated people who acted somewhat inappropriately, there's a lot.
Honestly, you'd think, hold on a minute. Go on.
There's a lot of people who are scared to raise their head up and support the events. But I think you'll see that when the time comes, I think the mess will be unbelievably worse than it is now, if it could get that way. And I think that we're about to see a change in politics that nobody could ever have imagined.
Good man. Rob's come all the way from Newcastle. Now, me, with my roving microphones, going to go running. Thank you, Robbie. Come on, let's have a look. Oh, hold on. I'm sitting down between you. Move. Hold on. No, we're not talking about that. So, are you two together? No. Oh, this could be a Coldplay moment. When you say you're not together at the Reform Party conference, what do you mean?
We're just not together.
What's your name?
Daniel.
Why are you here?
Just for the Reform.
And on a serious note, what do you feel like in this hall? We were here yesterday. There's a real different feeling, isn't there?
Yeah, massively, yeah. Huge difference, yeah.
Is Farage the man?
Definitely.
And you're not together, although he'd like to be, but he hasn't told you that yet.
No.
You're just friends, aren't you?
Just friends.
He said, come to the look at his face, get the camera. He said, come to the Reform Party conference, we're friends. Big Steve's not here. He's not here. It's not happening. Are you here to say, why are you here? On a date?
No.
Oh, so you don't want to be with him?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Join me after the break, we'll get the truth. I'm joking. Don't start now. What's your name?
Molly.
Molly. On a serious note, the thing I picked up on over the last couple of days is just the sheer magnitude of the difference in the demographic, young people through to older people. A lot of the younger generation are actually buying into this concept. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Why?
So, because we want change. You know, it's and the only person that's going to bring change is Farage. You know, I've got a little toddler, so for me, that's why I've joined the party. I want change for her. You know, the education system is a complete mess. You know, everything's a mess. We need total reform, and I think Nigel Farage is the only person that will bring that.
Brilliant. Listen, great to have you here, and no hope. Nice to meet you. I'm just being honest. You got absolutely no hope.
You're not the father of the baby, are you? No. DNA coming up. Let's go. Thank you very much. You see, you wanted me to say that. He's having his... You enjoying your chips, sir? Lovely. Don't worry about me. I haven't had any food. Should we go on the bus again? I like a bus. We're on the bus. I'm going on the bus. Are you all right? Coming on bus? Let's have a look. This is the really... Why are people sitting on a bus that isn't going anywhere? Good afternoon. We're live to the nation. How are you? What's your name?
Sandra.
Sandra. Why are you sat on a bus that's not going anywhere?
I wanted to go...
We're waiting for the driver. When's it going to turn up?
Where are you trying to go? Where is the driver? Does the driver exist? Are you together?
Yeah, we are.
How long have you been married?
Well, we're not actually married, but...
Wherever I go, it happens.
3 years.
Oh, it's lovely to see you, and thank you for your support. You're having a nice time, yeah? These people at the back just don't want to talk to me. Come on, let's go. Hello, love. Are you all right? Look at you. Look, come here. We don't care. It's as rough. What's your name?
Aidan.
Aidan, you're quite young to be at Reform. Why are you here?
I just think it's time for a new, what do you call it?
Change?
Yeah, pretty much.
Where have you come from?
Lancashire.
That's brave. And how long did it take?
Well, don't know, about 3-ish hours.
Is this your nan or your sister?
My mum.
Your mum, I'm joking. Mummy, how are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, good, thank you.
Do you know what's really interested me over the last couple of days is seeing, as I've said all along, just the different age ranges.
Yeah.
What does this mean to you, having been here?
It's for the future, isn't it? That's what I'm here for. You know, he's still only 17, so I wouldn't want him to come on his own, and it's a great opportunity to see the spread of people here.
That spread's quite an interesting point, though, isn't it?
Absolutely fascinating, it is. That's been half of what we've been interested in talking about.
I mean, I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it. I thought there would be... I don't know what I thought, because I'd never been to a party conference because I thought they'd be boring. But in essence, the truth is, it's a wide range, isn't it?
It is. Absolutely. It covers everybody.
Just the big question is, why are you sat on a bus that's going nowhere?
Yeah, just for a chill.
Just for a chill. She's chilling. Good man. Look after your mum and have a good afternoon, all right? We're going to go that way. The poor cameraman's having a nightmare because he's now got to back out backwards because he's thinking that Jeremy Carr's driving me absolutely barking mad. Anyway, we're live from the Reform Party Conference 2025. The bus is going absolutely nowhere. I think we're going to head... I think they're over at the merch tent. Oh, there's people having photographs. Afternoon, sir, how are you? He looked at me like he was terrified, him. Absolutely terrified. Come here. Come here, my child. Oh, hold on. No, stay there, I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Let's go and find... I think Nigel Farage is currently signing shirts at the merch tent. Let's have a little look. See if we can get in on this. I should be able to get in on this. How are you, kiddo? How are you? Excuse me?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You look very scary. Security man. Say hello.
Hello.
You're doing a good job. Okay, so what we've got here is all the MPs and people who have spoken. Let's just bring you round a little bit here, okay? Excuse me, darling. Sorry. You're right. I want to know if they're buying them or getting them free.
That's it. After he's finished his snapped.
I'm going to go straight to Nigel.
Straight to Nigel, yeah. Right.
Okay, come with me. Nigel,
yes.
Are we done?
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, we're good.
We're good. Everything's going. Come here. So we're doing our bit at lunchtime, running around.
Yeah.
Unbelievable scenes.
Phenomenal energy, joy,
Yeah.
happiness. Whoever saw that at a party political conference in modern times? Absolutely no one. It's brilliant.
And just doing the last 2 days of feeling that the demographics so wide-ranging, youngsters through to older people.
Absolutely extraordinary. Lots of young people, lots of old people,
Yeah.
people from every community, a whole group of Indian doctors from Birmingham turned up on a minibus.
Heathrow Airport.
I mean, just unbelievable. Yeah, corporate sponsorship, we've never had that before. And around the fringes, You know, there's Dr. Stark is speaking over there. I mean, there's like 700 people there. It's absolutely amazing.
And the message to the people here and further afield is what? We saw you on stage yesterday. I mean, change is coming, right?
Oh, big change is coming. But I mean, the narrative we keep getting is it's a one-man party. Well, this is our first 11. That you can
I might go. Shall I go along the ground and see if the first 11?
Have a word.
The main man. Right. Let's start over here. Come with me, Nigel. Thank you, Zia. You're on camera. Let's see the shirt.
There we go.
Did you pay £100 or was it free?
This one I have not yet paid for. I will be paying my £100 shortly.
Remember your expenses. Remember. How have you felt this conference gone? Been phenomenal.
I think, look, we're incredibly proud of what we've achieved. It's been an even bigger conference than last year. We had thousands of enthusiastic patriots last year. We had thousands more enthusiastic patriots this year. And we've had great engagement from the business community. We've had brilliant new hosts like yourself, sir.
The minutes are racking up. The invoice is getting bigger.
So look, ultimately, what this conference shows the world is that reform is getting for government. And when Nigel's the Prime Minister, we will be able to turn this great country around.
That is Zia. Thank you. Let's go to Luke. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Didn't wear a suit then?
I didn't know. I'm glad you noticed.
Oh, don't hit me, will you? No. How have you found it? Because as I say, I've been here for 2 days and it's extraordinary. The age ranges, the enthusiasm, everything.
I think the energy and the vibe stepping in this morning was just incredible. I've never seen nothing like it.
And the age ranges?
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's great to see.
Good man, thank you, and a great job you're doing. Thank you, Sarah Pochin. Good afternoon. She looks terrified. We speak all the time. Serious speech this afternoon. I've been seeing you practicing.
Big speech. Don't hold this lot up. They've all got to be in their seats for 2 o'clock.
Is that how you're selling it?
Yeah.
They just say to me, "Can you fill until Sarah takes the stage?" But what are you going to be talking about briefly this afternoon?
Crime and justice, women in reform, women's safety, and all the reasons that people should look to us as real politicians speaking with conviction about things we believe in.
Fantastic to see you. And
we can have a women's team. Look at this.
See what I mean? It's all starting. Mr. Anderson, we've never spoken, have we?
We haven't. No, it's very good to meet you, mate.
And you. I was saying to Nigel, I've said to everybody, extraordinary feeling here. Real faith, real hope, real belief.
We are the best supported team in the country, and that man there is our midfield general, and he's going to lead us to victory in whenever it is, probably 2027.
The man that was selling them yesterday, I said to Harry, I said, why has he got number 10? And he said, I think he's playing striker. I said, I think you've missed the point.
I think number 10 is probably the best position for Nigel. He's just behind the front two. He's looking around, he's creating stuff, can score from any angle. Nobody can stop him, so yeah, he's our midfield
Good
general.
man, Lee, thank you. Final word, Nigel, before I go along. Striker or just behind the front two?
I want to be the striker. I want to put the ball in the net. I mean, be in, no doubt about that.
All the glory. And just for you before we go, because we're doing this, we're going to go along the line. A thank you, I guess, to the thousands of people that have turned up.
I said at the end of the day yesterday when I spoke for the second time, I just said I'm incredibly proud of our small, dedicated team. But this incredible. I mean, this is not a conference; it's a festival. It's a festival.
Party.
And my thanks to all the people who stood for election, gone out, delivered the leaflets, done all the stuff. This is a party of real activism, and the others don't know what's hit them. And do you know something? We've only just started.
Brilliant. Thanks, mate, for all your support. We're going to move along. Thank you, Nigel. Richard Tice.
Here we are, yes.
Here we are. Where are you playing?
I'm normally in goal.
Left back in the changing room is the
I'm in
truth.
goal. When I was at goalkeeper, actually, I was in Strangeways prison. Not many people have been to Strangeways back in the 80s when I was at university.
Have you been checked before you stood for Parliament about being in Strangeways? We don't want that coming out.
I was a visitor.
Oh, right, okay.
Rather like I was a visitor to Lucy Connelly.
So the big
talking about that's the big news.
That's what I wanted to
Lucy
say.
Connelly on stage about 3:15-ish. You won't want to miss that. Absolute Reform world exclusive. But these shirts, outstanding. The great football team, and whether as a goalkeeper, my happy
different colour. You
Maybe.
might have to wear orange, which would mess with your hair.
Or Liverpool red, or that might get me in
Get
trouble.
out of here. See you later. Here we are.
Can I go next? I'm on a panel.
Now, yesterday, extraordinary speech. The outfit, the singing. Andrea Jacobs, how are you?
Loving it, as you can see. I'm loving being a mayor, and I feel that I can be myself here. You know, it's reform's amazing, and I think these football shirts actually sums up. You know, we are a great team here, and it's Nigel's reform team who will save Britain.
I've said I've been doing this for a couple of days, and it's extraordinary to see the age ranges, the different demographics, and the enthusiasm and the belief and the feeling of hope in this building.
People are walking around smiling.
Yeah.
I mean, look, God, I've been to loads of Tory conferences over the years. I've never seen this optimism. And if we could actually bottle this and put it around the whole country, you know, we could achieve so much.
Well, that was the point of this. Sorry, so you know, people, some of the press were saying this morning, oh, it's a bit light-hearted, right? For me, if my view of a party conference will be just sitting there watching people with speeches, you have to meet, greet, and invest in the people that are going to make you what you hope to be. Is that not right?
Oh, completely. And look, I've seen all the politicians getting around speaking to people because, you know, people need to know that they're supportive, they've got a voice. I mean, look, I hammed it up yesterday. I think that politics, too many politicians, especially in the Tory party, take themselves too seriously.
Yeah.
And look, why not enjoy life? Why not give people hope? Why not make people smile? I don't
Absolutely.
mind
What position are you playing? You don't care, do you?
I don't particularly care. No.
We love you. Dame Andrea Jenkins, thank you. Hello.
How are you doing? You okay?
Laura.
Yes.
Laura was, well, you're from where? You have to tell them, because this is brilliant. The first
member of the Welsh Parliament, Senedd.
Senedd. David Bull's running around trying to get in on the shot. Say good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, sir. I thought I'd left you, actually. Hello.
You went off for lunch and gave me 45 minutes. Oh, look, now, you jumped in on Laura, but I need to ask you, what position's your favourite?
I like to watch.
I can't see you. I've seen you in shorts. I can't, this is...
You love me in shorts, let me just tell you. You love me in shorts.
What position? Would you be left back in the changing room?
I don't think I'm in a position to have a considerable...
You are in the boardroom. You're the chairman.
Yes,
you tick all that. You don't play.
No, I don't play, indeed. I'm the management. I'm the management.
You're above the management. You can sack the management.
I'm going to sack you.
Fantastic. Well, that invoice is getting less and less by the minute. Just very quickly, yes. How has it felt being here? The difference? I mean, you changed to reform from the Tories in the Welsh Assembly, as I said. How has it felt?
It couldn't be more different. I mean, it's incredible. It's just electric here. The atmosphere is incredible. It's so much positivity. Everyone is singing from the same song sheet. They all want the same things. It's just been incredible.
And you were brilliant on the panel, so thank you so much indeed. Graham's... Oh, there's a lady taking it. Sorry, just bring the camera. Are you... Sorry, don't get it. What's the matter? Are you all right?
Hello, yeah, I'm very well. I work
Terrified.
For Laura.
You work for Laura?
So, yes.
Very nice lady. Right, Mr. Simpson, how are you? Now, listen, here's the thing. You're an experienced politician. I'm just a nobody. You walked out yesterday and you did something I've never seen. You walked out and you went, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not very funny. And then you were brilliant.
Good.
How are you?
I'm fine.
How do you feel about the T-shirt?
And somebody tweeted that I'm the Jack D of reform.
Jack D of reform. I mean, deadpan.
Deadpan.
Some would say miserable. Others would say a genius.
I'm known for it. I'm known for it.
In terms of Scotland, in terms of
this,
yeah,
I'm not sure it's big enough. I need something bigger.
We haven't got to Alex yet. The conference for you.
Yeah.
Having made that move, having felt the change, what's it been like?
It's really been good. You know, people say at conferences, oh, the atmosphere is great, and actually the atmosphere here is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's felt more like a rally than a conference. So I've never really seen anything like it. I mean, it really has been fantastic. And I know there's been a bit of razzmatazz, and you know, being such a miserable guy.
You're not miserable. You're not. People would say you're stoic.
I am.
Stoicism is what.
But I've enjoyed it.
Presumably a party needs all different types of people. Graham said. And what position would you play?
I'm sorry to say I'll be left wing.
Ooh, you're quick then on your feet.
Well, I used to be.
All that. This gentleman, thank you very much indeed. The legend that is Alex Wilson, the only member of the London Assembly that's a reform candidate, a councillor, who spends his entire time trying to put down Sadiq Khan, don't you?
I do, yeah. I've been doing it since last year I was elected. At the same time, Sadiq was re-elected as mayor. There's only one of me and 24 members of all the other left-wing parties.
This man has an existence where he thinks, I mean, I can identify this, everybody hates you.
Yeah, I've got no friends in the chamber. Everyone smiles and says hello in the corridors, but once we get in the chamber, nobody will work with me. I'm very much the outsider, but it's fine. You've got to...
And when you came here, when you're here at conference and you see like-minded people rushing around doing their business, that must inspire as well.
It's brilliant. I mean, I joined Reform back end of 2020, so I've been with the party since it made that transition from Brexit Party to Reform. So I've been to every conference, and each time it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, the first conference we had probably fewer people than there have been in most of the fringe meetings here. So just the scale of where we were to where we've been, it matches, the polling, the membership. the election results we've been having. This is a party that's going places. We're looking forward to the next challenges, including the London Borough Council elections next year.
Absolutely.
Which will be really, really important for getting some voices of common sense on a lot of those councils. And then obviously as we work towards the general election where London will play a big part in that. If we have a majority in Parliament, there will be Reform MPs in London as well.
Position?
On the right wing.
God, we got a right wing, we got a left wing. They're all at it. Thank you very much indeed. Are you lot wearing your shirts or not? You're not wearing your shirts? Not yet. Right, I've got another half an hour to do. Enjoy yourselves. Come on, let's go. I'm just... Oh, right. Yeah, I've got to be really quick.
Go.
Is that all right?
Mate, we know you.
Legend. What's your name?
My name's Darryl.
Where have you come from?
I come from Canterbury. I'm the secretary of the branch in Canterbury, in the hardest constituency in Kent. If the KCC elections, what we just run for all year...
Kent County Council, I think.
Kent County Council.
See what I did there?
If it was a general election, we would have won. We would have had someone in the Member of Parliament.
What has the last 2 days meant to you? What do you feel being here amongst people who presumably, do obviously feel the same?
Energy's fantastic. It's lovely to see everyone. I can see it rolling forward and everyone having the same views, and obviously we wanting our country back. Very emotional. Very, very emotional.
Think change is on the way?
Oh, well, it has to be.
Good. I haven't had any lunch, by the way.
Go and enjoy.
I know I've got to do this for another half an hour. Thank you, lovely security man. See you later, kidder. So smile at the camera for me. See, he's a very nice man. Oh, she's back.
I'm back.
We'll say photograph. This is the lady. Oh, we're back again. How are you? Are you all right?
Fine. I've enlisted myself. I'm signed in to become the candidate.
We did this yesterday, so we'll have an update. You want to be the Labour mayor for?
The Lord Mayor.
The Lord Mayor of Liverpool.
Reform Lord Mayor of Liverpool. I will be.
That's
Not
brave.
want to, I will be.
She's full of it. What's your name?
Paula.
Paula, lovely to see you. Now I've got to go running. Nigel's gone in one direction. I'm trying. Yes. Do you want to say hello? Oh, do you want to say hello?
Hello.
What's your name?
Jasper.
Jasper.
Yeah.
How old are you?
14.
14?
Yeah.
My son's here today. Came for 4 hours. It took him to get here. Why? This is a serious point because so many people are saying that what's obvious coming to reform is the different age ranges.
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Because it's my future, isn't it? So
Riley, at 14, that's good. Nobody told you that? You made your own mind up?
No, it's my decision.
Good man. Where are you from?
Only Solihull, not local.
Solihull.
Yeah, not
That's
too
very
far.
posh, Solihull. That's the part of the Midlands where they get out of the bath before they have a wee. It's true, isn't it?
No comment.
No comment. See, you could be looking at a future Prime Minister. He's 14, man. Lovely to meet you,
Yeah, you
Jasper.
too. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Hold on. This is, honestly, what's your name?
My name's Alexander. I'm Medside Coordinator.
Do you want that lady to be... You hold the mic. You speak
Said
to
it.
the camera, then. What's your name?
It's Alexander.
Well, look at the camera, then. Speak.
Okay, really great to be here, and it's really good to meet somebody who's done so much for everybody on TV.
Did my best.
Yeah, you certainly have, and good to have you back.
Well, I'm doing my best.
You are, aren't you?
60 now, mate. Have you eaten any lunch?
Yeah, I've got a hog roast. It wasn't too bad. I'd recommend that.
Lovely to meet you. Well, I'm not allowed to eat. It's not in the contract, but thank you very much indeed.
Quick photo.
Yeah, sure. I'm only on live
Now, branch social media.
If you put this photograph above the
Programs.
mantelpiece, it'll keep your kids away from the fire.
Plug it up.
Is that all right?
Fantastic.
You going to say anything to the camera?
Just everybody, please show your support. Speaking as a branch chair for Beaconsfield, just everyone get out. You've got to vote. Never has it meant so much to the country.
I think that's the feeling we're getting. Thank you very much indeed. Let's go walking. Oh, hold on a minute. The boss is in here.
How you doing?
Christ, how big are you? How are you?
6'6".
6'6". Where are you from?
Elected councillor in North Shropshire.
Good man, Shropshire. And as I've said to everybody, when you look around, when you see the numbers of people, the different ages, the different social demographic, does it give you real belief that the future will change?
Oh, definitely, yeah. The Liberal Democrats are in charge of Shropshire.
Who?
Liberal Democrats. And they honestly believe that we are the next party that will take over the control of Shropshire. They're looking at us now and thinking, what are you going to do in 3 years' time?
What about the critics? What about the people that would say the thing about reform is it's a cult? People have criticised in the press this morning. They said that yesterday was too flippant, too party-based. What do you say to that?
No, I get attacked on a daily basis from the far left and stuff like that, and the Greens. And no, they're trying to pull what they can now because they're desperate, because they're looking at us and they're seeing how massive it is and how much of a big lead we got. And it's absolutely amazing. you were going around the crowds yesterday and you were asking why are people here and stuff like that. I'm a veteran.
Good man.
22 years.
Shouldn't you be on the streets then?
Should be, but I'm not. But what I wanted to say was, a lot of us, we gave the ultimate sacrifice. Thankfully, I came back alive. Many of my colleagues didn't. And this is what we came, well, not this, but what we came back to what we got now, or what we could get now. This is what we need.
Completely agree. And by the way, I should tell you all, don't forget Lucy Connelly, the lady who was jailed for 31 months for a tweet. Not that anybody condones what she said. Lucy Connelly is going to be on that stage before Richard Tice. You're going to get back in the main hall. Big man, thank you very much indeed. Look at this, Union Jack. I've spotted my own son, who's now trying to hide from me interviewing him. Good. I say good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Jeremy. I'm good.
Now we're on camera. We're on telly. What's your name?
My name's Peter Colley. I'm a councillor from Hertfordshire. I won a division in Bedwell in Stevenage that's been a Labour stronghold since 1972, and they weren't best pleased.
Good man. Are you in fear of being arrested by the police for wearing a Union Jack? I mean, I'm worried about. Oh, it's all getting worse. Why haven't you been arrested yet?
Because I'm English and we're in England. And that's what we need to do. We need to fly our flags.
Just speaking to Nigel there with the shirts, all the team had shirts, just speaking to him, and he was saying it's an incredibly inspiring moment for him. And if you look at where reform was 12 months ago and where it is now, a seismic difference.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gonna carry on blowing up as well. We are a party of common sense, and that's what we need in British politics. If you look at everything that's going wrong in this country, it's because people don't understand what they're doing. They're not real people. If you look around this hall today, you will see people of every demographic. And that's what we need in a party. You need people that have lived a life and have actually lived on a council estate, not just pretend to live on a council estate.
Well, yesterday we had somebody who was born on a council estate and worked their way up to the office of Deputy Prime Minister and had to resign. What did you make? What did you make of that yesterday?
I just want the tax office to let me off of 40 grand when I bought my house as well, but they didn't. I had to pay my stamp duties.
A lot of people were saying that the right-wing media piled in on Angela Rayner unfairly.
Didn't she do exactly the same thing against Conservatives when she was standing on the opposition bench?
They said to me, when you become a television or radio presenter, if you ask questions that you want a specific answer to and you ask it correctly, you get the answer. What did you just say? I was a bit confused there.
Angela Rayner had a habit of having a go at Conservatives that she said were doing things wrong, and now everybody in the Labour Party is doing the same things wrong, and they're going to get worse.
I love the app. Why have you got a bag with bananas?
Because...
Slightly, but can we look at the banana bag?
But what I want you to do...
Oh, God, he's going to give me something now.
I will give you a letter to, proving this. This is a doll that we're trying to get out because we want to use it to give money to children who have suffered sexual physical abuse or have lost a parent. But we're also going to try and get it so that we can give the money from it to the village that we're setting up for veterans.
It's an amazing thing. I'm going to give it to a friend of mine who's behind giving some money to reform and believes in it, all right? I promise you.
I will give you another one because this one's special. My mum makes these, and we started off doing it for biker charities, and it's sort of blossomed.
Yeah.
And now my mum needs to live to 165 and grow 8 pairs of octopus arms because you can't knit fast enough.
That is fair enough. Listen, there'll be a man over there, that lady there at the moment, that they'll do that. I've got to move on, but thank you.
Jeremy, have a good day.
Really nice to meet you. The man's wearing a Union Jack suit and he's all right. Where are we going? I love the fact, right? Let's go. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to try Harry again. Now, Harry was the man selling the merchandise yesterday. And when I said to him, what do you think number 10... Oh, he's not here. Devoed. Hold on. Is he there? Let's have a look. No, he's not here. Yesterday I said to Harry, I went, why do you think it's got number 10 on it? And he went, is he going to play striker? And I went, I think you missed the point. I said, oh, there's a... You're all right, sir. You're staring at the camera. In auto or manual? I don't know what that means. We're going walking. Let's go walking. Let's go walking round the town. Oh, hello. I'm gonna go searching for some people. Come with me. You're absolutely fine. There's a man. I don't care. Oh, sorry. Do come here. Don't go in that way. We don't want that. Come here, my friend.
You're right, how are you?
How are you, Morris?
Yes.
Morris Eglin.
Eglin from Reform.
Morris is from. I wish you could see what's going on. There's a technical man, right? Basically playing with the side of the camera. Now he's disappeared now.
He's legged it now.
Morris, how are we?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Where are you from?
Northamptonshire.
Somebody's got to be. It's not funny. So on a serious note, councillor, just supporter what?
I'm a councillor.
Okay.
And I'm a massive supporter of what Nigel's been trying to do.
What do you see as the future? You've been here, you've walked around, you've felt the vibe, I suspect.
This is the first time I've been to a political conference.
Is it actually, yeah? And me?
And I've never been involved with anything before, so from what I'm hearing, the environment here is completely different to every other party conference in history.
Why did you feel it necessary to come, do you think?
Because we've got to show a force. Because everyone's so worn out and politically tired of all the rubbish, what's been going on across the nation. We need to stand up and be accountable for what we need to happen in this country.
What do you say to, I mean, there were many press articles this morning. One said that David Bull and I should do panto together as the two ugly sisters.
Oh,
listen,
yeah, I would pay to watch that.
Would you? Yeah, that's water off a duck's back when you're Jeremy Kyle. But on a serious note, what do you say to the detractors? People have been saying this morning they're not a serious party, it's all glamour and glitz and sequins and that. What do you say? Because Nigel said, and I quote, we want to try and put a bit of fun back into it, invest in people and get people to come out and actually feel something.
If you look at last night's after party with the Jacksons on...
I wasn't there, by the way.
Oh, do you want a violin?
No, I couldn't be there because I don't drink.
Oh, well, I don't normally either, but
no.
It was the best environment. I've never seen anything like that or heard of it in a political party where we're out there drinking, having fun, dancing to the Jacksons.
Well, and was the dancing good? Do you want to give us us a little soupçon of what the dancing was like?
No, I've got two left feet. It's fine.
Have you? Good man. I was going to say give him a round of applause. We haven't got an audience. Thank you very much indeed. There's a lovely lady. Hello, darling. I'm knackered.
Can we have a picture?
Oh, we can have a picture.
Let me get me camera
You're
out.
I'm
I've just
sweating
seen
like
Mike.
Oh my God, Ricky Tomlinson's turned up. Jesus, we'll be there in a minute. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
What's your name?
My name's Corinne.
Look at that. Hold on a minute. Ricky Tomlinson on the show in a minute. Look at him. All right, we're trying to deal with this lady, you two. Stop hogging the limelight.
Oh.
So where are you from?
I'm from near Romford.
Near Romford. Great dog track.
Absolutely.
Do you know the most famous resident of Romford? Steve Davis, the snooker player.
I've met him.
Have you? Was it interesting? He's not very interesting, apparently.
No,
That's his
no. I met him at a Romford train station.
Did you? Nice. In about a year, are you going to say I met that Jeremy Kyle? He was as boring as hell as well.
I'm going to say what a wonderful man he is.
Pay her to say.
Can you believe that?
No, nobody's ever said that. So,
I'm great, and I watch you all the time.
Oh, good. Thank you. Why here? Why now? Why is reform so important to you, sweetheart?
Right, because I've been around. I'm 61 years old. I'm not
61.
I'm not 60. I'm 61.
I don't like being 60.
No, neither do I. It's very depressing. But anyway, no. Basically, I come from a large family, and I've seen the degradation. I've seen how our life has changed, and I absolutely hate what this country's become. And I've got loads. But as I said, I've got a big family. Lots of nieces and nephews and great nieces and nephews, and I just want to see a better future for them.
Is Nigel Farage and Reform the party to give you that?
I'm very much hoping so, and I do believe this is our final hope.
Interesting. Can we have a just keep your camera on? Don't go to Ricky Tomlinson yet. Should we have a photo? Do you know how to do it?
I do know how to do it.
It's going very well so far, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you're very on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Hey, old sweetheart. Is that right?
Lovely.
Oh. We should have shot down. Our necks look a bit. There we go. Lovely to meet you. Take care. Lovely lady. Look after. I don't know if anybody remembers. The most extraordinary thing is my son, who we're not going to film you. Don't worry. He's absolutely terrified. I'm going to go to him. Sir, David Fitzgerald, aka Ricky Tomlinson, in the building. How are you, son?
I'm fine.
Actually, you wouldn't be in the building because Ricky Tomlinson's a right lefty, isn't he?
I believe he is. Yeah.
You haven't been arrested. We've spoken to your good friend. These are fantastic. Who made them?
Super Amazon.
Amazon. They should pay more tax, shouldn't they?
Definitely.
I'm only joking. I'm not getting involved. Really interesting. All sorts of people in this conference over the last 2 days. Age ranges, all sorts of people. What does it mean to you? How do you... I mean, you're presumably a very patriotic person.
Always. I served in the military for 17 years, just under. If you want the exact date, it was 16 years, 232 days. Royal Corps Transport. Made the rank of Staff Sergeant, senior SEO. I did serve during the Gulf War on the lovely island of Cyprus. I don't like what's happened to our country.
I, without going into details, was telling a story yesterday that where I live on the coast, on a Saturday, the last 3 Saturdays I've got, you get sent by the wife to do whatever. And there's a veteran, and he tells me every week, it's 15 years, right? It's a factual story, it's not political. And he's sat begging. He was in housed accommodation, which he's been taken out of so that other people can move in. And you look at that and you go, whatever your politics, you go, that can't be right. If you've given yourself and your life and everything about you for so long to a country, why am I not getting anything back? That, for me, being here the last couple of days is the real issue, because people are saying, we've lived our lives correctly, and frankly, why are we at the back of the queue, right?
It's the same thing as the guys who served on odd banner tours in Northern Ireland, being hounded for doing the job during the height of the trawls, protecting the civilian population, and now they're being hounded by this government. It's wrong.
Do you think Nigel and Reform are the answer?
At this moment in time, yes.
Good man. And you two friends, do you go out like this? Because I guess you're both single if you go out dressed like this.
We're both. The thing is, we're both veterans. It doesn't matter what badge, what arm of the services you
Sorry, can I stop you there, right? Because you're both ex-servicemen, right?
Correct.
And I need some help, because I cannot believe who's infiltrated this bloody conference. Have a look. He's back. Starmer's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeremy, I'm here to learn how to run a country. I'm going to do a U-turn.
Do you ever remember?
I'm here to see whether or not Reform will accept me. Can I please rejoin?
No, you need
to. My ears need waxing.
Your ears need waxing. We can't take you seriously.
Sorry,
Here we are. Kid. Anybody else want to wear this?
He's nearly as big an imposter.
No! 5, 4, 3. We spoke to you yesterday. Haven't had your ears done. Amazing atmosphere.
Oh, absolutely, Jeremy. It's fantastic. The people are talking to me, and these gentlemen here, we've had a great time. And I'll tell you what, by doing what we're doing, it's bringing people together, which is what we need.
I must say to everybody who doesn't know that Lucy Connelly, the lady who was jailed for 31 months, as you know, for the tweets, not that anybody condones that, is going to be live on the main stage at about 3 o'clock ahead of Richard Tice and Nigel Farage. So you need to get back there, because Lucy Connelly, it's her first conference, and this is a woman who I think probably began the debate that is raging across the UK.
Well,
anyway,
Jeremy,
Keir, you go back to London. You got no friends here, have you?
I've got plenty, Jeremy.
Now you know what it feels like to be Jeremy Carl. Get out of here, what?
I'll talk to you then.
Good man. Good luck in prison. Oh no, it'll ruin me hair. All right. Hold on.
Go there you go. No, take that away. Take that away.
Good. Thank you very much. Give it to my man. Right, where are we going? Oh, I'm being pushed. Alan Feeney.
How are you? No, we've come to make an announcement.
Oh.
We grab a hold of you. Myself, Councillor Michael Goff, Councillor Samantha Gethin.
Which council?
Well, this is it. We are now officially, here and now, the first 3 Solihull Borough Councillors for Reform UK. You heard it here first.
Well done. When did that happen? Hey, round of applause. Solihull Councillors.
About 10 seconds ago.
What you want?
No. We have joined.
We're independent councillors and we've come over to Reform.
Did you? Sorry, people, the tech boys with chips. Did you hear this? These people have just defected from independent councillors to Tory councillors in the Solihull Council in the last.
Tory, not to Tory, to Reform. Jeremy.
Did I say Tory?
You did.
Never mind.
I haven't had any lunch. It plays havoc with my brain.
This is Solihull.
They are. Solihull, it's a posh part of Birmingham, if there is any posh part of Birmingham. Why would be the question. Get out. Why? Don't start. On a serious note, let's start with you. Why? Why have you moved over to Reform?
Because we need hope, and Reform gives us hope.
Do you expect a political reaction from your decision?
Absolutely. Reform is the place at the moment which is speaking for the people of this country, and the people need to be heard, and for us that starts here right now in Solihull.
It's really interesting. If you are watching this in the main auditorium or on the screens, Alan Feeney, Michael Goff, Samantha Gethin in the last minutes have changed from independent candidates in the Solihull Council and have moved over to Reform. And Alan, just sum up how difficult, well, not how difficult, what that means. When you're representing people, do you have to get their permission, or have you made that decision yourself?
We've responded to what people have been asking us to do. When we went independent, the one resounding message we were getting, go Reform, it's the last chance for this country. We want to actually get Britain working again, making Britain proud of itself again, and we're proud to do what our residents have asked us to do.
Give me a round of applause for Solihull, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, see you later. Right, where's the cheeky man in the grey suit? Come on. You're not drinking beer, are you?
No, we're not. No.
No, I can't drink. I don't drink. I can't. What's your name, sir?
My name's Gary.
Wait. Gary.
Yeah.
Where you? It's got
We're
gin in there.
decline, by the way.
Who is?
Gary's.
Why?
Because nobody's calling their babies.
Imagine being called Jeremy. That's really crap. Gary's not great, but Jeremy's awful, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Jeremy. That's it, Jeremy Bear on the front of the Sugar Puffs advert. That's about it. I thought it was Nadine Dorries for a moment in the blue. Have a look. No, it's not. Right. Gary, where are you from?
Sutton Coldfield.
Oh.
Royal Sutton Coldfield.
Well, councillor or just a supporter?
A supporter at the moment, yeah.
And what have you made of the conference? I've been running around for 2 days, and I have to say that the different ages, the different demographic is a real inspiration, I think, for many.
It is. What a breath of fresh air. What a breath of fresh air for this country. I'm hearing all the right things. I'm meeting all the right people, and I think reform has got it. What it takes.
And you're friends with this man who thinks it's all right to drink at lunchtime?
I am, yes.
Hold on a sec. Matt Roscoe thinks it's all right to drink on a Saturday at lunchtime. What do you do, sir?
Well, I'm hoping to be a councillor next year. We've got elections in Birmingham and sort of Coalfield, so yeah, fingers crossed.
What's the vibe in Birmingham for reform, do you think?
You know what, it's really positive. There's loads of areas. I mean, you see all the flags that are up now. You know, Sutton, they're up in
Can't put a flag up, can you, without being arrested? Oh my God.
I'm so sorry.
I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, Lembit Opic's in the house. Are you changed parties again, man?
What do you mean again? Still, you know, I go where the money is. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm all right. I'm 60 years of age now. Still,
Same here.
Still doing this madness.
But it suits you.
Have you moved to Reform?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. No, I stayed here, and Reform came to where I was. They moved the entire party so that I could join it. Yeah.
Just being here for the last 2 days, I've said it's been really interesting looking across the different demographics. There's a real feeling, I think, of hope. What's your take on it?
Exactly the same. I'd given up on politics because I couldn't see any party that represented me. And fair play to Nigel. He's exactly the same off stage as on stage. You know him well.
Absolutely, I do.
That's the difference. You know.
I said the other day that I think a lot of politicians, and this isn't aimed at anybody, I think a lot of politicians enter politics and they purport to be perfect or squeaky clean. That's not ever possible, is it? And actually, I think the British people aren't bothered about that. I think the British people want answers and they want solutions.
Totally agree. I think this is the perfect party for imperfect people. We're all imperfect.
Are you going to stand?
Probably, but I'm not sure where. Whatever Nigel thinks is best. Really, I do training. I train people, and I've made every mistake in the book in politics, and I want to make sure this party doesn't make those same mistakes.
And what was the best thing about I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here is there are vicious rumours that I'm going on it this year.
Yes.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah, well, he's obviously
I'm
going
not.
to go
I'm genuinely not. I'm not. Never. Can you? Really?
You'd love it.
No, I wouldn't. I might like the money.
The best thing is the diet. The money's not bad. The best thing is the diet. You just lose weight. I've got all this. You don't need to lose weight, though.
Precisely why I'm not doing it. The legend that is Lembit Opit. Thank you very
Good
much
to see
indeed.
you, yeah.
He's going to stand for reform. Come for me. Right. Oh, hold on.
A new Lancashire County Council.
New Lancashire County Council.
And he's never been interviewed before.
Leon. Well, you haven't been interviewed. You're a county councillor. How did you manage to do that then?
Skill.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm all right. I was saying it's a really interesting vibe in this hall. Never been to a party conference myself before, but this doesn't feel like I sort of believed it would feel.
Well, the other parties are very stale.
Yeah.
Reform's not.
Have you been inspired by being here?
Yes, as the last April one as well, for the campaign launch. That was electric. This one is even better. It's got loads of stalls about, lots of information that's new to us all.
Have you had food?
Barely.
Everybody has had food.
It's like a wedding day. It's like a wedding day.
It's like a wedding day there, isn't it? Whereabouts are you from?
Liverpool.
Whereabouts?
So I'm in Lancashire now, but I was born in Liverpool.
Whereabouts?
Kensington.
Kensington?
Yeah, I moved to Novice Green.
That's quite posh there. Listen, good luck with your job. Leon Graham, a Scouser, who's a councillor in where?
West Lancashire West.
Aspirations to continue to climb the political ladder?
If it takes me, then yes. There's something on the horizon, possibly, but for now, I'm focused on the residents and getting what's better for them.
Good man. Fantastic. That's what reform's all about. Thank you very much indeed. Might need to buy the blue tie. Just say purple. Purple.
I thought it stands out a bit.
You need to do what this man. Got 4 minutes for anybody who's thinking, how long is this crap going on for? 4 minutes. Who am I after now? Right, hold on, come with me. Honestly, I feel like I have to go where I'm told. Hello?
Hello.
George, how are you?
I'm the leader of Warwickshire Council.
Come with me, Georgie, over here. Away from all the people.
I haven't got a T-shirt yet.
Did you not get one?
No, I haven't got my name on one yet.
Nigel, I'm going to do. The reason I've come over here is there's a slight heighter thing, and I don't look so small against you. How old are you?
19.
I've been dying to meet you, right? And I mean that because all the critics of reform would say, and you know what I'm going to say to you, that you are the embodiment of how they can say inexperienced, hasn't lived life. What do you say to that?
Well, I say it in all interviews. There's only 3 qualifications you need to be council leader. You need the confidence of the people to vote you in, and then you need the confidence of the group to vote you in as the group leader. Then you need the confidence of the council to vote you in as the council leader. I've got all of those 3 things, so I'm fully qualified.
In terms of aesthetics, because I've been in television 30 years, you're the leader of Reform's Council in Warwickshire, and you're wearing a red tie. Did you think about that at all this morning? I'm just pointing it out in a nice way.
Yeah, no, a lot of my councillors give me stick about that. I'll be honest.
It's the wrong colour.
It's a lovely colour. I know it's not the right party, but it goes well with this suit.
Listen, you look great. We haven't got long left, unfortunately, for the people. Well, no, not fortunately, I'd imagine. The last 2 days for me have been really interesting to see the age range, to see the demographics socially, and to sort of witness what I think a lot of people are saying, which is there's real hope.
Yeah, last year it was a lot smaller. There weren't as
How small was it last year?
It was only we didn't have all this. It was only the bottom bit down there. It was so small, but to see that we've had 10,000 people over 2 days. I
know, I've interviewed most of them.
You're shattered. My feet are killing. But the point is, there's so many new people here, so many young people as well, and they come up to me and go, I want to be candidates and all sorts. It's great.
I apparently have to finish. George Finch, you're a legend. What?
Keep going.
Oh, I've got to fill. Right, that means finish. That means... So, Katie, by the way, can I just say this publicly? Katie has been a legend and deserves to be paid a huge amount of money. George Finch, we've now got to fill again. Come here. What's your message to people who... What about the cynics to reform? I mean, after yesterday, the debacle with the current government, reform, Nigel, there was criticism in the press this morning that it was too glitzy, it was too camp, it was too fun. What would you say to that?
I think, look, we've become from 14% in the polls last year to 35%, having 10,000 people over 2 days. That's what this is about. This is a party of future government. Whether that's 2027 or 29, prefer it to be 27.
Well, that was what happened yesterday, of course. Nigel, in his speech, said he was almost putting his party on a war footing and saying, I mean, we all remember what happened to Liz Truss's government, and when the gilt bond markets decide that you're not financially viable, they'll pull the plug. You could argue that this government financially is an even bigger hole.
It could lead to the IMF.
I don't think the IMF have got any money. Right, I'm just going to do this because I'm an honest man, right? I've just been told 2 minutes, right? Okay, crack on.
Yeah, no, I think, if the government asked the IMF for a bailout...
I don't think the IMF can afford it.
Well, the thing is, the problem with this government is they're so economically inept that what they need to do is call for a general election, have Reform UK in government.
Well, they're not going to, because presumably there will be a fear that might happen. But for the people here and the people watching the live stream, what is your message to people? What about the critics, the people who go, they don't know what they're doing, they're new, they're inexperienced. You're only 19. What would your message be?
I just think that especially the press, they just need to get on with something else. They're too busy looking. Do you know what it is? They want to stop our success. It's too late. The game's over. I was talking to the Tory, one of the Tory councillors in Warwickshire. He phoned me up worried. He said, it's done. It's finished. I don't have to campaign on anything. I've lost my seat. The Labour have lost it. Everyone's lost it. It's done. It's finished. Game over.
And for you, politically, aspirations higher than this? You want to be an MP one day?
I think one
of Nigel's newbies. No, that's a new thing I just came up with.
No, I think what I want, what I need to do is we need to...
What the hell was that?
No. We're getting there, but my point goes...
Got to finish now.
Yeah, we're going to finish. I'm going to be the leader of Warwickshire County Council until we finish getting a better deal for the people of Warwickshire.
Good man, George Finch, the youngest Reform County Council leader in Warwickshire. That has been 48 minutes of non-stop madness. It's 2:15. This is Reform UK, the conference 2025. Don't forget Lucy Connelly on the way. Dr. David Bull is next.
Walk on, walk on. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 Reform Party Conference here at the NEC in Birmingham. Please now welcome your host and chairman of Reform UK, Dr. David Bull.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive my friend, the voiceover friend there. He's a very good friend of mine called Mitch. He's called Showbiz Mitch, and he's clearly been drinking wine because he thinks it's the morning. Welcome back to an extremely packed and busy Reform Party conference. Thank you also. And can you just put your hands together for JK for holding the fort over lunch? Now, literally everyone in this country is talking about how this conference is changing the future of Britain and how we are going to become the party of government at the next election. Since yesterday, let me just tell you, since yesterday, thousands more members have joined Reform UK. And there you are. 241,912 people. That means that thousands of people are flocking to Reform UK because we are the best, the brightest party, and so therefore we're doing pretty well, actually. At Reform UK, we pride ourselves in ensuring that we pick the best and the brightest to represent the British people at local, mayoral and parliamentary level. Let me tell you, it's crucial we draw on the wealth of experience that candidates have to offer outside of politics. And this is something I am extremely passionate about. And that brings me rather nicely to our next speaker, who has had quite a journey. She worked as a magistrate for 2 decades before becoming a councillor and then mayor for Cheshire East. She ran in the parliamentary by-election for Runcorn and Helsby, where I first met her, and I campaigned with her as well. And let me tell you, I am delighted to say she won that hard-fought election by, wait for this, 6 votes. She is a wonderful person. She is an incredibly hard worker. She is a huge asset to this party. Before I introduce her, let's remind ourselves of her story.
It's been such a privilege to have been elected as the Reform Member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby. And I will spend the next 4.5 years working as hard as I can to make sure all of the constituents, no matter how they voted, have improvements in their lives. Whatever it is that they need help with, I am there. The reason I joined Reform was because Reform stands for everything that I believe in, and that is family values, it is community values, and it is, of course, being so proud in this great country of ours. And I believe we should be able to shout loudly about that, to fly our Union Jacks. Only a Reform government will reclaim sovereignty for this country, will reclaim control over our borders. Only a Reform government will take back some of the power that our judicial system has. It's become politicised. Only a Reform government will restore our own energy supplies, making costs to businesses lower. These are all the things that people need to get more money in their pocket, for businesses to flourish, for the economy to be strong. These policies are all going to be in our manifesto, but this is the next step towards becoming the next government of the United Kingdom.
Please welcome to the stage Reform UK Member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby, Sarah Pochin.
Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Hello, conference. It is an honour and a privilege to be standing here today As the first female Reform Member of Parliament, it's also an honour and a privilege to now be in a position where I can iron Lee Anderson's shirts. He makes such a hash of it. I walked past his office. I said, "Give me the iron, Lee." He was just hopeless. So, and sleeves first, everybody out there. There's a big national debate going on now. But I cannot thank the people of Runcorn, Frodsham and Helsby enough for putting their trust in me on that historic night in May and electing me as their voice. Someone who will stand up for those that have been so ignored by Labour, by the Tories for years. And in 4 short months, I hope that I have done more to put Runcorn and Helsby on the map than any Labour politician has ever done in their previously unbroken reign. My constituents will always be my priority. And in return, I would quite like a 6,000 vote majority next time, not a mere 6. That was a bit close. Although it made for some good headlines, and so many people come up to me and tell me that those 6 votes were their doing, including Nigel, by the way. Nigel was the last one in from door knocking that day, and he tells me that he won that election with the 6 votes. But more by-elections will come before the next general election, and we will win each and every one of them. We will win those elections with real people who have real life experience, who speak from the heart, and who believe in this country above all else. Before becoming the Member of Parliament for Runcorn and Helsby, I had a career in business, something that the Labour front bench can't claim. I was an elected borough councillor and I was a magistrate. I've been married for 30 years and I'm a mother of 2 gorgeous grown-up boys. My life has been turned upside down, changed beyond all recognition, as you can imagine, in the last 4 months. And with that recognition comes risk. The Reform politicians say things that other politicians are not brave enough to say. And with that risk comes security, which I now need, which is weird. Although my chief of staff does tell me life would be a lot simpler on the security front if I just walked around everywhere head to toe in a burqa. Sorry. I would make sure it was a turquoise burqa. You can get them, you know, on Amazon. I checked. I did actually want to walk on in one, but Richard Tice said no. He's very sensible. But this life experience has given me, I hope, the insight and the compassion a good politician needs to understand the things that honest, hard-working people really care about. We are a party who will stand up for the issues that most concern the British people: housing, jobs, immigration, public safety, the money in your pocket, and national security. Unlike this government and the last, when we are in government, we will put the interests of the British people ahead of foreign nationals and spend your hard-earned taxpayers' money accordingly. Our new deportation plan is entirely proportionate to the national emergency we face. We are being invaded, and the British people have had enough. Only Reform has the stomach to take radical, uncompromising action, because we care about the British people and what is happening to our country and our culture. We care about parents just trying to do the very best for their children. And we care about those children, their safety, their education, and their welfare. We care about our farmers. We will remove the inheritance tax on family-run farms. That tax that threatens the very future of our farming community. Today, we are launching Farmers for Reform, and there are people outside in the village with turquoise clipboards that will take your details if you're interested in that. But we're launching some interest groups today, and Farmers for Reform is one of them. But we care also about our veterans. We will not let them be prosecuted for simply following orders. We are also launching Veterans for Reform today. We care about our pensioners. We will not let them freeze over the winter. We care about nature and the environment, but at the same time, we will ensure our own energy security by using our own oil, gas, and coal to feed the supply chain. Reducing energy costs to business, because we care about business. We will support small and medium-sized businesses by abolishing business rates on our high streets to support the regeneration of our town centres. We care about a jobs market based on merit. We will put an end to diversity hires. The promotion of individuals because of their collective identity or background is an unacceptable incursion on freedom and meritocracy. Organisations must be able to hire the best person for the job, no matter their sexual preference or the colour of their skin. We care about protecting free speech, but this government is hell-bent on suppressing it. The new Online Safety Act does nothing to protect our children, as the name suggests. It is designed to stop you and me from speaking out. This government is more interested in policing our speech than our borders. When Reform is in government, we will repeal this so-called Online Safety Act because we must fight to keep democracy. Governments are here to serve the liberties of the people, not restrict them. And what of this government's latest Islamophobia definition? We could be prosecuted for saying anything critical of Islam. Whilst we respect other religions, we are fundamentally a Christian country. Are we going to find ourselves arrested and thrown into jail by this new elite police force that this government has set up to monitor our speech, our debate, our views? Well, I will see you in jail, because I will never be silenced as I speak up for you and this country. We care about the safety of women and girls. I constantly speak out on this issue and highlight the disproportionate but very real threat faced by us from the invasion of illegal migrants, many of whom hold medieval attitudes towards women and girls. Rape and sexual assault cases have risen dramatically over the last 20 years in this country, in line with the rise of foreign nationals now living in our communities. Women and girls, often very young girls, are being targeted. And however inconvenient that might be for the left to accept, the reality is that it is happening in our communities up and down this country. Let us not pretend we are facing anything other than a national security crisis. This government is giving a platform to those that want to see our society changed beyond all recognition. This summer has seen protests up and down the country. Many of those protesting are mothers frightened for the safety of their daughters. Well, the British people are slow to anger, but we have been ignored for too long. And a government that defies the will of its people is a government that will fall. Only a reform government with our deportation policy of identify, detain, deport will remove illegal migrants and protect our women and girls. I will continue to be a champion for women's safety. Every woman has the right to feel safe at home, at work, and on our streets. On Reform's watch, a biological male prisoner will never serve time in a woman's prison. Reform will never sanction biological males inhabiting women's spaces, and Reform will not allow the early release of domestic violence perpetrators. And we care about crime. We have this summer undertaken our Britain is Lawless campaign with key policies that a Reform government would introduce to restore law and order in this country. Because we are allowing our high streets to be overrun with organised crime. Trading standards teams need to be empowered to shut down these crime hotspots. Turkish barbers, nail bars, vape shops, staffed by a ready supply of migrant workers. Furthermore, we should be prosecuting the landlords that knowingly allow this crime to go on in their properties. After 20 years, I would like to now turn to the courts. After 20 years working in the courts, I speak with experience about the urgent reforms that our judicial system needs to restore the trust of the British people. Our judiciary is now far too powerful, with the ability to actively work to their own agenda, undermining attempts to remove those arriving here illegally, or indeed override the legitimate concerns of local people, as we saw in the recent Epping ruling. The industry of left-wing human rights lawyers will be no more once we leave the ECHR. and repeal the Human Rights Act, both necessary and proportionate steps to reset this country. Enough of two-tier justice, where someone who writes an ill-advised tweet goes straight to prison, whilst an illegal migrant who sexually assaulted a vulnerable teenage girl gets less than half of that time, or a paedophile gets a suspended sentence and is free to roam the streets. We need to address the failing prison service, whether that be overcrowding or lack of training and equipment for our prison officers, because our prisons are dangerous places to work and to reside. But we will not tackle the prison overcrowding by releasing criminals early onto our streets, putting the safety of the public at risk. Instead, we will deport all foreign national offenders from our prisons. And we will build Nightingale prisons in the same way we built Nightingale hospitals during the pandemic. We can do this. It's about the will of the government to do it. Turning to the police, we need to restore the confidence and trust of the British people in our police force, because we need to know that when we report a crime, it will be taken seriously by the police, and that no crime is too small to be investigated. We have had enough of police ignoring shoplifting at a cost of millions to business, enough of police no longer using stop and search to tackle knife crime, because we know how effective this policy is, and we will bring it back with a vengeance. And we have had enough of woke policing, police appearing to sympathise with protest groups that simply do not reflect the views of the majority of the British people. But I am sure that the police themselves would like nothing more than to get back to tackling crime, policing with impartiality, and to protecting the British people. A reform government will address these issues and restore a strong police presence on our streets. Whether it's the judicial system, the prison service, the probation service, or the police, reform will have robust and costed policies on each in our manifesto. So, to conclude conference, your reform politicians are real, we are fearless, and we love this country. We will take back control of our borders, regaining our sovereignty. We will deport all illegal migrants to their country of origin. We will restore law and order to our streets. We will reinstate free speech. And we will proudly fly the Union Jack from all government buildings and public buildings. Britain, under a reform government, under Nigel's premiership, and based on our principles of family, community, and country, will be great again. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a consultant cardiologist, and quite frankly, he is a brilliant clinician. He is a vociferous public health campaigner and says he is on a mission to save lives with real evidence-based medicine and real food. He's worked tirelessly against excessive sugar consumption and the overuse of prescription medicines, particularly statins. Now, I know this chap because he worked with me to write Reform UK's health policy. From that, he's currently helping to advise RFK Jr. and the Make America Healthy Action Group. And today, ladies and gentlemen, he is here to tell us how we make Britain healthy again. Please welcome Dr. Aseem Malhotra.
To be here, to Nigel and Reform for inviting me to speak today. Ancient wisdom teaches us that evil is rooted in ignorance. But what's worse than ignorance? The illusion of knowledge. That means that barriers to the truth are often more psychological than they are intellectual. My purpose as a doctor is to do my best for patients, to improve their outcomes. And in fact, this is probably maybe the most important slide of my whole talk. Please feel free to take a picture of it. If you understand this, everything falls into place. This is the evidence-based medicine triad. Developed in 1996, an analytical framework for teaching and practicing medicine. So what does it mean? We use our individual clinical expertise, the best available evidence on a drug treatment, on a lifestyle intervention, on a surgery, on a test, and last but not least, most important, to take into consideration individual patient preferences and values. It's called informed consent. In order to manage risks, treat illness, and relieve suffering. But unfortunately, evidence-based medicine has become an illusion. It has become hijacked by powerful commercial interests. And as a result, we have an epidemic of misinformed doctors and misinformed and unwittingly harmed patients. This is the root cause of our healthcare crisis. What are those root causes? Biased funding of research that's funded because it's likely to be profitable, not beneficial for patients. Biased reporting in medical journals. Biased reporting in the media, biased patient pamphlets, commercial conflicts of interest, defensive medicine, and last but not least, an inability of doctors to understand and then communicate health statistics. Somebody who I describe as a Stephen Hawking of medicine is Professor John Ioannidis at Stanford. The reason I call him the Stephen Hawking of medicine, he's the most cited medical researcher in the world. He's considered to have very high integrity. And in 2017, he published this paper called How to Survive the Medical Misinformation Mess. And he makes the point that 20 to 50% of all healthcare activity in the United States brings no benefit to the patient, is wasteful or harmful. That's quite extraordinary. Why? Again, he reiterates the fact that most published research is unreliable, offers no benefit to patients, and is not useful to decision makers. But why does this persist? Because most doctors don't know that. Medical knowledge is under commercial control, but most doctors and healthcare professionals are unaware of it. And then they lack the skills to be able to understand and critically appraise the reliability of medical evidence. And last but not least, most importantly, patients and families then get inaccurate medical information and therefore cannot make decisions that are going to be important for their health outcomes. Now, there's something really important for people to understand. And I spoke in 2018 in the European Parliament, invited at that point by MEP Nathan Gill, and I made a few very important statements that everybody needs to acknowledge. The pharmaceutical industry have a legal responsibility to provide profit for their shareholders. They do not have a legal requirement to give us the best treatment, even though most of us would like or presume that to be the case. But the real scandals are these. Those who have a responsibility to integrity and patient care, doctors, academic institutions, and medical journals, regulators collude with industry for financial gain. And in 2018, I said the situation has become so dire that honest doctors can no longer practice honest medicine. This is pre-pandemic. At the end of 2022, and a lot of you may know my story anyway, I published a paper in the Journal of Industry that is peer-reviewed, still stands up to scrutiny, and I basically called for a moratorium on the COVID mRNA vaccines. And I won't bore you with lots of data. I'm going to give you just one particular study that's most important for you to realize. But the reason I bring this up is after I published this paper, the only broadcast media at the time that was willing to talk about it and get me on and report on it as a news story was GB News. So thank you, GB News, by the way, for standing up for free speech. And as soon as I walked out of the studio, I was pleasantly surprised to receive a phone call from Robert Kennedy Jr. And he said, Dr. Malhotra, I want to thank you for your courage. And that's how our relationship, our friendship, our working relationship started. And he listened to me, and I basically essentially gave the whole root cause analysis of the healthcare crisis and exactly why we should pull the COVID mRNA vaccine. So let's get on to that briefly. Now, we talk about levels of evidence, but in the highest quality level of evidence and real-world data, what patients need to understand is what benefit is a drug or intervention going to give them and what are the absolute harms. And I'm citing here, by the way, what's interesting, the UK, and all credit to the UK for this, is the only country in the world, now it's not been well publicized, that has been transparent, the UK HSA, with the benefits of the COVID vaccine. At the beginning of 2023, it might be difficult to read, but I'm just going to explain it to you. At the beginning of 2023, if you were over 70, you had to vaccinate 2,500 people to prevent one hospitalization with COVID. As soon as you get into the under 50s age group, you're talking about hundreds of thousands. That was the beginning of 2023. Right now, the latest data, even for the highest risk, if you're over 90, is you have to vaccinate 7,000 people over the age of 90 to prevent one of them having a hospitalization with severe COVID. Now, if this wasn't such a serious issue, this would be laughable. We're having debates and discussions prior to this about statins, about people not being told that if you're at low risk of a heart attack, your benefit of a statin at best is 1%. That is where the debate has happened. This is thousands of people, right? Okay, if there was no harm, you can make the case for let's give it to everybody and we'll save some lives. But unfortunately, nothing could be further from the truth. A reanalysis of Pfizer and Moderna's trials, published in the Journal of Vaccine by some of the most eminent independent of industry influenced scientists in the world, including the associate editor of the BMJ, Peter Doshi, revealed that from the very beginning, the rate of harm from the original trials of Pfizer and Moderna reanalyzed, you were 2 to 4 times more likely to suffer serious harm from taking the COVID vaccine than you were to be hospitalized with COVID. Think about that for a second. What does that mean? It is highly likely not a single person should have been injected with this, what is better described as a gene therapy than as a vaccine. Now, this isn't the only bit of data. Lots of data has emerged since then. And as you've probably heard a few weeks ago, Robert Kennedy Jr., and I've been in constant communication with him, has ended in $500 million worth of investments in the mRNA technology for vaccines, which is a great achievement, I think, for him to do that. His chief medical officer, Stephen Hatfill, told Steve Bannon he was involved in this, he called it a mega-analysis of all the data, hundreds of studies, peer-reviewed studies showing the harms of the mRNA vaccine, and he said the side effects of this gene therapy was so enormous and progressive, it was difficult to fathom. The millions of molecules of mRNA entering the cell is creating biochemical havoc, it's disrupting protein metabolism, it's interfering with tumor suppressor genes, it had to be stopped. Interfering with tumor suppressor genes, in other words, it may be a risk factor for cancer. And I've been asked today to share, this isn't just his opinion, many other doctors feel the same way, but one of Britain's most eminent oncologists, Professor Angelique, said to me to share with you today that he thinks it's highly likely that the COVID vaccines have been a factor, a significant factor, in the cancer of members of the royal family. What I'm telling you today is nobody is immune to medical misinformation because of this corrupted system. So let me explain, how did we get here and why have we got here? In public health, we talk about something called the commercial determinants of health. Strategies and approaches adopted by the private sector to promote products and choices that are detrimental to health. Okay? How do big corporations exert their power to influence us, the way we think, what we choose to buy, what drug we take, right? They do it through several mechanisms. They do it through influence of the political environment, by lobbying politicians. In 2012, when we launched Action on Sugar, I remember having a meeting with Jeremy Hunt, and the Daily Mail at that stage did a front-page story revealing that ministers in the Conservative government at the time had had 99 meetings with representatives of the food industry to discuss health policy on food, and 0 meetings with independent scientists. Okay? So the information politicians are getting, I know politicians from all parties, and I speak to them privately, a lot of them come to me for health advice, they genuinely don't realize that they are being manipulated for commercial influence. They control, they have the ability to define the narrative through capture of the media. When I was helping to overturn mandates for healthcare workers for vaccines, I spoke to the chairman of the British Medical Association in December 2021. And I told him what was going on. He said, Aseem, nobody appears to have critically appraised the evidence as well as you have in terms of his colleagues in health policy and senior people. He said, most of my colleagues are getting their information on the COVID vaccine from the BBC. Think about that. The power of the media to shape the way we think, right? And who is ultimately controlling that narrative? Of course, there is also funding of medical education, funding of medical research that influences the bias. And then you've got other tactics, extra-legal tactics that they use to try and suppress or censor information getting out. Character assassinations of people, of whistleblowers, people trying to expose this problem. I've had my fair share. In fact, in the I newspaper today, the fact I'm speaking here today, they got Stephen Kinnock, who I've never met, and they've probably, not even told him exactly what I'm going to say, but they've basically done a story and told him to say that on stage today at the Reform Party conference is a, in quotes, anti-vax conspiracy theorists. Have you heard anything anti-vax or conspiracy theory so far here? No, these are cold, hard facts. This is how business is done. The general population don't know what's happening, and they don't even know that they don't know. Now, let's get to the diagnosis here. I'm a diagnostician as a doctor. One thing doctors do very well is making a diagnosis. What's the root cause of the problem? Over the last few decades, almost all the top 10 drug companies have been found guilty of fraud, totaling billions of dollars in fines for illegal marketing of drugs, hiding data on harms, manipulation of results. One of the most egregious acts was committed by Merck, who in 2011 were fined almost $1 billion for the way that they pushed and marketed their drug Vioxx, which was an anti-inflammatory drug. And in the litigation process, John Abramson from Harvard, who you can see in the picture speaking to Joe Rogan, there was documents released that the senior scientists of Merck, when the drug was being rolled out, which, by the way, was found to cause increased cardiovascular risk by 2 to 4-fold, responsible for the deaths of at least 60,000 Americans. In the original litigation, when the drug was being rolled out, there was an internal email by the executives, sent to the executives of Merck, which said, it's unfortunate about the cardiovascular risk of this drug, but we will do well, and the drug will do well. What kind of behavior would you describe that as? Criminal, yeah, psychopathic actually, and that's not being inflammatory. The person that came up with the original definition of psychopath, Robert Hare, forensic psychologist, in the book The Corporation actually says that big corporations as entities, okay, the way they conduct business actually fulfills the criteria for psychopathy. Callous unconcern for the safety of others, incapacity to experience guilt, repeated lying and conning others for profit. Does that sound familiar? Right? Now, Pfizer, when almost certainly in the summer of 2021, everybody knew that COVID, we can argue the toss about whether it was preventing serious illness and death, and you've already seen figures on that, but we knew that it wasn't stopping infection or transmission. What did they do behind the scenes? They're the ones that pushed the mandates. They funded grassroots organizations, medical organizations in the United States to push that mandates are necessary, and they've made $100 billion in profit. John Ioannidis also says, when it comes to medicine, from his own analysis, the greater the financial interest in a given field, the less likely the research findings are to be true. And when we're talking about one of the most lucrative products in the history of medicine, which is unsafe and defective, and in my view, will turn out to be one of the greatest medical mistakes. And in fact, the mistake is one thing, but the cover-up and suppression of this information is criminal, and people need to understand and treat it that way. So how can we solve, listen, how do we make Britain healthy again? I was involved in looking at all of this, and it's very difficult sometimes to sort out the wheat from the chaff. But essentially, with the medical Royal Colleges, I campaigned with them to try and improve informed consent with patients and push a lifestyle message. And we calculated, and I published this with one of the chairs of the medical Royal Colleges, Sue Bailey, in 2018, basically saying that if informed consent was to properly take place, patients choose less treatments, we improve lifestyle, we could save the NHS billions and improve quality of care simultaneously. That's without putting more money into the NHS. And it was reported on in the Daily Express and the Daily Mail on about a patient that basically was a heart attack patient of mine who essentially changed his lifestyle, had fully informed consent, came off all his pills, and 10 years later he's breaking his own records at the age of 60 plus in ultramarathons. That's the potential of what can be achieved just through transparency and informed consent. Okay, I have to wrap up. I'm just going to finish up. Give me a few more seconds, a minute or so. So what do we do about this? I think it's time to just say no to all new drugs that are being approved unless they are independently evaluated. Everybody just needs to say no. Over the last few years, it is very clear with the evidence that the drug industry are responsible for probably killing millions of people. And the COVID vaccine, if 1 in 800 was a figure of serious harm, and you translate across the word from the best quality of evidence, then it means the COVID mRNA jabs have likely killed or seriously harmed millions of people across the world. So, from now on, drug companies can develop drugs, but they should no longer be allowed to test them themselves. Our regulator, MHRA, takes 86% of its funding from Big Pharma. How is that acceptable? From these psychopathic entities, right? That is not acceptable. There needs to be independent funding of the regulator. Now, one of the ways that we can fight back, one of the front groups, if you like, unfortunately, of this message has been the World Health Organization that is being captured by Bill Gates, who is its largest funder now. Bill Gates, who made $500 million in investments in the COVID vaccines. Until the World Health Organization become independent, they should be reformed and they should be replaced, and we cannot carte blanche take their advice and act on their advice anymore. And I'm proud to say that I'm the Chief Health Advisor to Action and World Health, co-founded by Nigel Farage and by David Roach. And if there's one person in this country who is speaking up for truth, for honesty, for integrity, who can disrupt the system, and that's Nigel Farage, and we need to get him into number 10. So please help support Action and World Health. Go to actionworldhealth.org. And finally, at the end of this, all of this comes back to the fact that we have deviated as a society, our public officials, from a baseline of integrity. I am proud to be British. I am shaped by British values. My school, Manchester Grammar, which I'm very proud of, its motto in Latin is sapere aude. What does that mean? Dare to be wise. Do not let fear subdue your ability to reason. Action. Knowledge without action is vanity. Action without knowledge is insanity, and we've seen a lot of that in the last few years. But wisdom without courage is fruitless. So remember, it is health that is the real wealth. Let's stand up to this corporate tyranny, and let's overcome this organization of misery. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Aseem. Well, this afternoon continues at a frenetic pace. Let's just catch up, though, with my friend and colleague, Jeremy Carl, JKK. I can see you there.
Sorry, JJ?
I don't know what you're called.
How excited are you, conference? Lucy Connelly in a matter of minutes. The lady who was jailed for an offensive tweet. Living proof there is two-tier justice. Lucy Connelly here. Richard Tice here as well. Nigel Farage as well before the end. Don't go anywhere, right, Bully?
Yes, exactly right,
Brilliant.
Jeremy. Sorry.
Now,
I'm a bit slow on the uptake this afternoon.
I've heard. I spent all lunchtime whilst you were gorging yourself at the stand where the Farage football shirts went like crazy. And this man, here they are. Andrew, how are you?
And I've got a signed one in that bag as well, signed by Nigel.
Good man. Ooh. What are you going to do with it?
It's going to be raffled for our party, our local party.
I'm glad you said local party, not, party yourself.
Which is Melton and Syston, by the way.
Fantastic. Very quickly, loads going on this afternoon. Andrew, being here, seeing the delegates, feeling the atmosphere. We talked yesterday about there's real hope in this building and it's spreading out across the country. How's this conference made you feel?
Inspired, I think, is the best description. We're talking common sense again, and we're making Britain great again. We want Nigel in number 10 as soon as possible.
I think people... Let's walk. Let's go that way. We're heading down. Lots of people. How good was Sarah Pochin's speech as well? Fantastic. Madam, what's your name?
Sarah Emberson.
Sarah Emberson. Another Sarah. Where are you from?
I'm from Kent. So
Kent.
Yes, indeed. I'm here representing Kent County Council.
You're here representing Kent County Council. Excellent. Obviously, Reform, we know, have taken over Kent County Council. There's been a lot written and a lot said. What sort of job do you think Reform are doing in Kent?
We're doing a great job. We are doing a great job. We're turning things around. We're making it a more efficient council, and we're saving money for our ratepayers, which is key.
Absolutely right. And just very quickly before we go back to David, there's a feeling, I think, in this conference of hope, as I just said to Andrew, which is spreading out. And you see it. I've spent lunchtime running around. There's all sorts of people. I was going to tell, actually, I don't know if people in the main hall know this. We were doing, David, a live link, and 3 councillors from Solihull came up and said that in the last 15 minutes they changed from independent to Reform in Solihull Council. They actually said that, which was really interesting. So, a message from you, a Reform Council in Kent. What is your message to conference?
Well, let's move on. Let's march. Let's pound those streets. Let's get more people on side, and let's get Nigel into number 10.
Absolutely right. And I have to say, Lucy Connelly on the way, Nigel Farage, Richard Tice, don't go anywhere. But I think you should also show your appreciation for a man who not only put this all together, but has done a sterling job. Dr. David Bull, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing he's ever said to me, to be quite honest. Thanks ever so much, JK. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Mayor's Question Time. Our first Mayor was a former Member of Parliament, Minister, and, of course, a whip as well. She defected to Reform UK and fought and won the mayoral election in May of this year. Please welcome our Mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, Dame Andrea Jenkins.
Where do you want me?
Now, joining her is a true Hallensian. He's Hull born and bred. He's just 37 years old. He has 3 sons with his wife, Lindsay, and he made his name as a professional boxer. And at the 2012 London Olympics, he won gold in the 56-kilo bantamweight division after beating Ireland's John Joe Nevin. Amazing stuff. Now, following that illustrious boxing career, he turned his attention to politics, becoming the Reform UK candidate in the 2025 Hull and East Yorkshire mayoral election. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a slam dunk. He gained 35.8% of the vote, becoming the inaugural mayor of Hull and East Yorkshire. Please welcome our second mayor, Luke Campbell, MBE. Really good to see both of you. I've obviously spent time with both of you on my tours around the country. Andrea, someone who spent time in politics, obviously, at a very senior level, why did you decide to stand to be a mayor?
I mean, it came out of the blue, to be honest, but when I lost my seat last year, I thought I was never going to go into politics again, actually. You know, I'm going to be a good mum, a better mum, spend more time with him. But then it was the god-awful Labour government. And do you remember what they was doing with the pensioners' fuel allowance? And I just couldn't keep away. And I thought, yes, it's very difficult. You know, I didn't want that dual life of Parliament again at that stage in my life. And I thought, I want to be able to get some power to change things and really try to make things different. And it's great being mayor, as Luke knows, to have that power to make decisions.
And has that really sort of made a profound effect on you? Because obviously being in Parliament is one thing, but you're part of a much broader team. As mayor, you are ultimately the person responsible.
And as Luke knows, it can hire and fire. I mean, hats off to Luke, for, I mean, how many people have you sacked? 12 people or something?
We'll come to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, I mean, it is truly amazing. I mean, to have this multi-million-pound budget and actually future-proof the economy. I mean, a big thing is skills. And, I mean, even in transport funding, as I mentioned in my speech yesterday, Lincolnshire's been let down by consecutive governments with underfunding, and I want to supercharge that economy. That's why I've got my great exhibition, and to show you that, you know, we're open for business, even though Labour's driving away business, and at least in a reform areas we can show that we champion them.
And so, just very quickly, if I may, just does this make it much more tangible for you? Because if you implement policies, for example, you get almost immediate feedback. You know how you're doing.
Yes. But I see it as important, like I know Luke does as well. We've had conversations about this. To me, anyone who's elected at this time, we've got a great weight on our shoulders because we want to prove that when reform gets power, we can deliver. And we will deliver. Luke and I will deliver. And we work closely because he's just part of the Humber as well. And it's having that power to do things. I mean, it's so different from being a minister. I mean, with ministers, you cannot sack the civil servants. We need to change this when we get into government and sort the blob out. But to have that power to start recruiting your own team and to really make it to a position where you can deliver. I mean, look, I said about my great exhibition, but I'm building a whole new transport and infrastructure plan for the whole county. As I said, I'm building a veterans village. I'm going to build a new town and make sure the infrastructure's there. And also what I'm doing, David, even though it's not in my remit, you can use soft power as a mayor. I mean, it's an awful statistic that in Lincolnshire, there's only one dental surgery per 16,000 people. I mean, have they been badly let down by consecutive governments? So even though it's not under my remit, David, what I'm doing, I'm invested money in the local university to start training dental surgeons and hygienists, but also I'm trying to speak with dental companies to see if we can start setting up in Lincolnshire.
Amazing. Let's come to you, Luke, because I spent time with you, a couple of weeks ago. Yes, very good. Round of applause for Andrea. So we spent some time together in Hull itself, and Andrea obviously has this amazing sort of political pedigree and background. That is not your story at all, is it?
It's not. It's not my story at all.
So tell us your story. Why on earth did you decide one day, OK, I'll be mayor?
Well, it all started over breakfast. I was out having some breakfast with some friends, and one of them mentioned to me, said, oh, the new mayor's role's coming up, why don't you go for it? So just jokingly, I said, wouldn't that be some story? I said, my community's followed me and backed me my whole career, and now I've got an opportunity to put them first and back them. And it literally just went just fireballed from there.
But, well, it didn't, because the other thing that impressed me about you was the passion that you have for the area you represent. The fact is that you told me that you had to get involved because you were sick and tired of people being left behind, neglected, and that because you understood those people, you wanted to change things.
Yeah. Well, from the age of 12, I've always been a part of the community, charities, fundraisers in the world of boxing, was always bringing people together. And now I'd look at things where the council just make decisions for the people, but never with them. So for me, I want to come in and I want to change the narrative on that. I want to start working with the people of our communities and giving them an opportunity of what's going on, what's happening, and what can we do together to make our place a better place to live and to work.
So why, out of all the parties you could have chosen, why Reform UK?
I followed Nigel for about 8 months before it. Obviously not from political background, but I just thought, who's this guy? To me, he speaks a lot of common sense. And then it just went from there.
And so on the day you were elected, could you believe what had just happened?
I won by 11,000 votes in front. So, yeah, thank you.
But did you not have to kind of pinch yourself to think, I was boxing, I'm now the mayor?
Well, for me, it's an aim at the moment. Until I can start delivering for the people of my region and making my communities a better place, that for me will be that moment where I feel like, yes.
And so that for me is the most interesting bit, which is the fighting spirit in you. And I could see that in the interview we did before, which is you've taken the fight from the ring for the people of Hull.
Yeah, exactly. For me, I've never been a massive one for titles. I've got titles. I've had glory. Many. In my previous career. This, for me, is something more passion, more that I love my community. I love where I live, and I want to make it the best place possible.
Fantastic. Well, I think you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So, Andrea, so this is sort of micro-politics, but it's also so important, and actually you're so tangible as the mayor, because obviously you live there, you represent these people, they stop you.
I grew up there as well, actually.
You grew up there, they stop you in the shop and say, why haven't you done this, and so on and so forth. What for you is the biggest challenge as mayor, and what is the most, sort of, the biggest differential between being a mayor
the communities, giving them step by step of what we're doing each week. But then it come to it where I've just walked into a brand new organisation and literally nothing set up. So we literally have to build it from the ground upwards. So it was after 2-3 weeks had gone by, I'm like, I can't keep saying the same thing to everything because everything's just moving a little bit slow. We haven't got a team in place to even deliver anything yet.
So in terms of what you did then as your first steps, because it's pretty daunting to go into any organisation, but to go in as the boss, as the mayor, what did you do to try to shape it in the way that you wanted it to go, the direction that you wanted to see this go?
Just to basically get up the team, what was there in place, and to say, like, number one job for building this combined authority and the way this vehicle is going to be driven is that the community comes first.
And I think one of the other things, and I think people in this audience and around the world actually who are watching, your story kind of re-emphasises everything I'm saying. We're building this party from the ground up and not the top down. And people like you, I think, are a shining beacon of that. And we need more people like you, don't we, ladies and gentlemen?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, your vision for Hull. Hull is a really interesting place, actually, and of course it's had its high points, it's had its low points, it's got poverty, it's got deprivation. What would a successful mayoralty look like for you?
Well, it's Hull and East Yorkshire. We can't forget East Yorkshire. It's 1,000 square miles round.
Yes, exactly.
So it's quite diverse. We've got Hull, the city centre. We've got rural communities as well as coastal. So it's a very diverse area, and they've all got different needs. But for me, I think what I'd like to see from this in 4 years' time is that we was on the streets with our communities. We was putting them first. But I feel like, obviously, you've hit the nail on the head where infrastructure is key.
Yeah.
But I think if we can't bring in investment and create jobs, we've got nothing.
Yeah.
So my job now is to really try and bring as much investment in as possible. I've got a big platform. I want to use it to benefit our local people and create as many jobs as possible.
And just in terms of that, you made a really good point, actually, which is if we are going to be the party of government, we have to show we deliver at every level. We've got over, 880 councillors around the country. They're doing a sterling job. Those councillors are doing really, really good stuff. You're doing great work as well. Just in terms of that, is there a lot of pressure for you to succeed, to ensure that actually we build our parliamentarians from 4 to 450?
Yeah, but I think pressure's good. It's good pressure, isn't it, when you care about your community. And can I just give a shout out, actually? We've got a reformed deputy mayor. Stand up, Ingrid, briefly. Deputy mayor of Lincolnshire, Greater Lincolnshire. It's important, really. It's about planning as well.
Yeah.
I've got my growth plan, and I've, it's about having these short-term goals which we can show we're delivering at each pinch point before the next election. So that's important. Now, look, as you know, we had our board meeting this week. We've got a lot to do, and I think, as you said, Luke is a prime example of somebody who's great, who we're attracting to our party. And I was very enamoured and loved Nigel's speech where he said that we want to attract people from industry, from different backgrounds. Because do you know what I found? Even being a whip, quite often it's the people who get promoted, David, are the ones who, I call them the brown noses. They're the ones who are actually the career politicians who they would sell their grandmother. But wouldn't it be great to have a cabinet? We just heard, with a GP, NHS experience. Wouldn't it be great to have a cabinet from these different industries, from these different sectors, who know what they're doing? And I think this is what reform can do.
Absolutely. And I agree with Nigel's sentiment entirely, which is, as we build and develop and grow, why have we got people who have been politicians all their lives in charge of education and health? Why don't we actually have people who know something about the subject they're in charge of?
Absolutely.
So for you, Luke, what do you bring to the job of being mayor that no one else can bring? Difficult question.
Well, the first thing I did as mayor is I launched a £1 million a year community fund to give to the people of our communities, to give them an option on what they want to see happen in their communities. So that's the first thing I did. The second thing for me is, I come from a different world, hard-working background, humble background. I run my private businesses, so I've come from private business sector where, you know, we want something done, we get it done. And it's not to the pace of the public service where it's very slow.
Are you enjoying it?
I am enjoying it, yeah. It can be very fulfilling once we start delivering.
Fantastic. And just very quickly and finally, if I may, we've got an amazing group of people here, members, supporters. As you can see, we are on the ascent as a party. What can people do here, people around the country do to help you to succeed?
Just get involved and support. You know, that's what I did. I got involved. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to make a better difference in what's going on in our communities. And if, you know, you're passionate, do the same thing.
Andrea?
Yeah, get involved and start spreading the reform message. And if you yourself have got an interesting background, passion to save our country, please get involved. And also, I say for Luke and I, you know, if you've know people who want to invest in our great counties, please do it, because, you know, we're not going to get Labour money here. We need your help in finding investment as well.
Well, thank you so much. I think you'll agree, ladies and gentlemen, the mayors are doing a fantastic job, aren't they? Give them a round of applause, please. Andrea Jenkins and Luke Campbell. I don't know about you, but it's so exciting watching this party grow, isn't it? From the ground up and where we've come from and where we are going. I said this yesterday, but the first conferences that I hosted, we had, what, 200-300 people. If you're looking at the last 2 days, we're now talking about 10,000 of you in this venue over the last 2 days. And that shows the meteoric rise of this party. Now, I'm delighted to say it is now time for something incredibly important. It's a special Telegraph Planet Normal podcast. Hosting it this afternoon is a dynamic duo. The first is an award-winning journalist and international best-selling author. She's best known as a feisty columnist for the Daily Telegraph newspaper. I think that's fair to say. And the second was economics and business editor at GB News from its launch and has written his economic agenda column in the Telegraph every Sunday for more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alison Pearson and Liam Halligan.
Oh, hang on. He's got such a loud voice, you can hear him without the microphone, trust me. No.
Thank you.
Place to dock here on Earth.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is a rare terrestrial episode of Planet Normal, because we're here, a place stuffed full of Planet Normal citizens, people of sound mind and common sense, the 2025 Reform Party Conference!
incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us here at Reform UK, and I have to say, only Reform UK will reform the criminal justice system to ensure it is fit for purpose. Now, that brings us to our penultimate speaker today. He's a good friend of mine. He's a man who, quite frankly, has dedicated so much of his life to this party. Without him, this party would not exist. I got to know him when we served in the European Parliament in Brussels, and we have worked together for a long 6 years, since 2019. He really is an amazing politician. He is a passionate campaigner, and he cares very deeply for his constituents in Boston and Skegness. Let's remind ourselves of his story.
We're back. Yes, recess is over and the action has kicked off once again. It's like being back at school. And sure enough, we're making all the noise. Reform are leading the way on policy, about immigration, about saving money, about net stupid zero. We're winding up all the right people in that place behind me. And yes, there's just 4 Reform MPs at the moment. But we're the ones that Starmer and Labour are panicking about. We're the real opposition. Patience is a virtue. Just you wait. It's all happening within just a few years. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of Reform MPs shaping the debate and, frankly, saving our United Kingdom.
Please welcome to the stage the Member of Parliament for Boston and Skegness and the Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice.
Hello! Anyone having any fun? Are we enjoying ourselves? What a party, what an amazing, amazing group of brilliant, wonderful reformers. It's incredible, the size, the scale, the energy, the enthusiasm, the excitement, the hope. And an incredible 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, that we have had. And to listen just then to Lucy, who I had the privilege of meeting a couple of months ago in a slightly different location. It's wonderful to see her back with us and to hear her direct telling her story. And I think that she has a huge opportunity to help reform and help the cause of free speech. Now, these events don't just happen. They don't just happen, ladies and gentlemen. They take a massive amount of work. And I just want to say a huge thank you to our chairman, David Bull, who never gets any thanks, and his team, Aaron Lobo. They've been amazing, absolutely incredible. And just to clarify, David does have more hairspray on than me, as always. Now, look, I've got to talk about some bad news, and then we can finish on some good news. Because, yes, we do need to talk about the money. Because the reality is that the state of the country's finances are not good. They're in a shocking, shocking state. And all of the important data is bad. Job numbers after the disastrous budget last October are down 160+ thousand. They're falling at a rate, the fastest rate since COVID. Travel spend is down. Construction spend is down. Growth across the board is down. And the wrong numbers are going up. Yes, inflation is going up. We've got the borrowing costs are going up. The amount of borrowing is going up. All of these numbers are heading rapidly in the wrong direction. And just this week, we hit a 30-year high in the cost of the government borrowing money for 30 years. It peaked at about 5.75%. I know I'm a bit anarchy about this stuff, but it matters. And basically, the bond markets are applying what they eloquently call the moron premium to our Rachel from complaints. Or was it a Counselly? I'm not quite sure, but the point is, the bond markets do not trust this government at all. They know that they cannot control public spending that is completely and utterly out of control. And the chances of us getting through the lifetime of this Parliament without some form of financial drama is remote. And I've been speaking to a lot of people very close to the market, and it's a bit tense, it's a bit difficult, to say the least. That's the bad news. The good news, folks, is that actually a reform government will be a strong government under the brilliant, courageous leadership of Nigel Farage. And a reform chancellor will be a strong chancellor who can get our economy motoring again. You won't see a reform chancellor crying on the front benches. And the reality is that we know what is needed to get the economy motoring. We've got to cut the vast amount of wasteful government spending. We've got to get rid of the vast, incredible amount of daft, useless regulations, many of them from our friends, our old friends, the EU. And if we achieve those things, then we can afford what I call performance-related tax cuts. That gives a direction of travel of how we can motivate and enthuse and inspire. And the remarkable thing, folks, is that we're already having an incredible influence. I mean, apart from the fact that we exceeded everybody's expectations in the May elections, controlling 10 councils, the biggest party in another 3, over 800 councillors, no one thought that was possible. But on some of the biggest issues of the day, we're leading the way. So on the issue that the Bank of England is voluntarily paying interest unnecessarily to the rich city banks, I raised it. They scratched their head, what the hell's Tice talking about? Then they looked into it, good Lord, he's right. I wrote a 3-page letter to the Governor of the Bank of England. He wrote back, if you haven't seen it, it's on their website, and I have got a meeting with the Governor later this month. They are taking us very, very seriously on that issue. You know what's extraordinary? You can have a scrutiny committee in a council monitoring £5,000 of expenditure, but you can have a monetary policy committee and a Governor of Bank of England making decisions about £100+ billion with no scrutiny from Parliament of any sensible, meaningful kind. It's absolute insanity, complete insanity. So we're having an influence there. And then the second area where we're having an influence, and where once again we got the numbers right, is on our good old friend, net stupid zero. And it's important to remember, 3-word slogans matter. And it's lovely to see steam oozing out of the ears of Red Ed Miliband when I gently raise it with him politely in the House of Commons. The penny is dropping with people. Contrary to what they said, the bills are going up, they're not going down. The jobs are being destroyed, they're not being created. Industries are being destroyed in front of our very eyes, and it is absolutely disgraceful. Just in Lincolnshire alone, Andrea and I, she's doing a brilliant job as mayor, by the way, as is Luke. Andrea and I have been working incredibly hard to try and save thousands of jobs based around the Lindsey oil refinery, which this government, in its ideological stupidity, seems to want to close. We've actually introduced potential bidders to this process. That's how we get stuck in to make things happen and to save jobs. In the same way that, frankly, it was because of Nigel and I that British Steel was saved. So we are having a huge influence. We wrote a letter to all of the potential investors in what they call allocation round 7. That rolls off the tongue very nicely. Which is all about more renewable offshore wind farms and solar farms and all the likes. We said, you're on notice. We don't want you signing big, long contracts at ever higher bills. You are on notice that we do not consider your contracts from here on valid. This is a con. We're being misled. We're being lied to. I'm going to borrow an old trick from my good friend Lee, who's a brilliant chief whip. Do we want these big subsidy contracts anymore? No. Let's just rip it up. Oh, by the way, given that we're a bit short of cash, and that this government think it's a good idea to waste cash giving away our valuable strategic Chagos Islands, maybe we should keep those too. Anyone fancy ripping up that deal? It's done. It's done. We're not going to tolerate this waste of our cash and this loss of our strategic assets. It's absolutely vital. So we're having a huge influence. I've written to over 100 potential investors in solar farms. Fine, put solar panels on the roofs of homes and industrial units. Lincolnshire does not want 100 square miles of solar panels, least of all from China, covering our agricultural farmland. And we don't want the battery storage either. We've got serious questions about them. And something significant has happened this week, ladies and gentlemen. As we write these letters to these shareholders and investors saying, don't do it, you're on notice. This week, I believe, a planning application for a solar farm and a battery storage has been rejected on concerns about safety next to a school. That is potentially a significant moment. So, and that's the joy of this conference. We're all learning so much. We're making such an influence already. They never thought it could be done. They never thought we could be polling in the lead and all this. But actually, we are shaping and influencing how investors think. And that's absolutely vital. So on the one hand, we could save money with the Bank of England. On the other hand, when I said net zero was costing 30 billion of taxpayers' cash, they scratched their head. They said, no, Tice, you're not right there. A year later, the OBR caught up with us. And they did their numbers, and they came up with, guess what? 30 billion. Even our old friends at the Climate Change Committee, they're not our friends, by the way, they said, give or take, it's a similar number. So actually, we're quite good at this stuff. It turns out we're right on the numbers. So when I said last year and before the May elections with others that we could save £5 in 100 on wasteful council and government spending, all the commentators and the journos said, don't be ridiculous, Tice. You can't do it, it's not there. And we said, we all know it's there. And sure enough, this Monday, I exposed the scandal of the mismanagement, the overcharging, and the underperformance of the local government pension schemes. And I mean, this is like, it's like looking down deep down the back of the sofa. You just dig deeper than anybody else and you find a pile of cash. My God, there's like 8 to 10 billion quid under the sofa. Is that useful? Would that help create a brilliant world-leading social care system and provision in our councils across the country? Is that what we want? Or would you rather be on the side of the rich city investment managers? I didn't think so. So we are hard at work. This is literally reform at work. We're getting stuck in, and we're only 3.5 months into these councils. Imagine what we could do in 3.5 years. Imagine what happens if people listening and watching say, I'd quite like you to run our council, please, next May, because then we can do the same. And so this stuff is really, really significant. And then we've got all the property portfolios and assets owned by these councils. And from the early stages of what information I've got already, frankly, the mismanagement of those is woeful. So the waste is everywhere. We're after it. Now, there's been a bit of chat recently about this thing. There's a jab flying around. And a jab that sort of helps reduce the size of our waste. So I thought, well, maybe, should we apply a bit of the old Wegovy to slim down the civil service? What about a touch of the old Monjaro to reduce the size of the quangos? And finally, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, a bit of the Ozempic to reduce the bloated welfare state. I think this could work. So there's massive amount of waste to cut out of the system. And I know that only reform can achieve that, because we have been round the block. We've got incredibly successful people in the party at the moment and joining us as we speak. And therefore, we know that actually we can also cut the vast amounts of unnecessary, daft regulations. Now, I want a bit of audience participation here. Hands up, anyone who likes GDPR. Anyone? Not a single hand up amounts 4,000 people. Quite right, it's a nightmare. You're always on your phone. Yeah, go away, cookies. And do you know what it affects most? Healthcare. I talk to people in healthcare, and it's a major, major problem. That brings me on to the other problem. My friends, aren't they lovely? My friends, the bats. I spoke last time about the £100 million bat shed. Well, that was on a national scale with HS Stupid too. But here in Lincolnshire, not here in Lincolnshire, but in my county of Lincolnshire, oh yes, our friends at Natural England, they want another bat shed. They want a bat tunnel to go under a relief road that is due to be built in Lincolnshire. 5 million quid. Is that a good use of 5 million quid? I don't think so too. So this week, I've written to the chief executive of Natural England, and I've said this is really not a very good idea. I hope you support me on this. So I'm looking forward to the reply, because I don't think that's a good use of taxpayers' cash. And if Natural England think that's a good use of our money at any time, then I think a reform government needs to have serious words with Natural England. It's not on. And there's a whole bunch more. What I know, folks, what I know is that this level of influence, shaking things up, disrupting people, challenging people, stopping the rip-offs. You see, essentially, we're now negotiating hard on behalf of the taxpayer. And bluntly, I think there's nobody better than us to do just that. And when we achieve this, when we achieve those savings, we cut the regulations, we can tell our friends in the bond markets, we told you so. This is how we can afford to cut the taxes on a sort of performance-related basis with a direction of travel so that we can get the economy motoring even more. I want 2.5%, 3.5%, like we used to have in the 80s and 90s. That's what makes us better off. That gives us the revenues to get the debt to GDP down. That then drives proper growth and prosperity and more money in our public services. We can do this stuff. And what's incredibly exciting, as I draw towards a close, is that you've seen the membership rise to 241,000+ as we speak. The quantity of incredible people coming to us and saying, You are the party to save Britain. You are the party that understands how business can get things growing again. That is who we are. Incredible people, some of the most successful people. I met a guy this week, a physicist, utterly brilliant, who wants to help just behind the scenes for nothing. This is incredible, folks. I'm so proud of what we're all achieving together. So the good news is that, yes, it's gloomy at the moment. We have to have optimism. We have to look forward. And what I can tell you is that whilst we may be currently in a damp, dark, gloomy, long tunnel of deep socialism, there is light at the end of the tunnel, folks. It's there. It's in front of us. And slowly but surely, that light will get closer and closer. And let me tell you what that light is. It is the light of reform. It is the hope of reform. It is the aspiration of reform. It is the confidence and the belief of reform. Do you fancy a bit of that? Yes. Do you think the country wants a bit of that? Yes. Do you think that's the reason we're leading in the polls? Yes. Folks, do you want to save our United Kingdom? Yes. Do you want to make the United Kingdom great again? Yes. And let's just check here. Would you like to see Nigel Farage as our next Prime Minister? Then welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
I thought it was never going to end. Good afternoon, conference. Richard, what a fabulous speech. Lots of passion, lots of facts, lots of humour. And we all have to remember that without Richard, Reform UK would not have survived as a political party during those very difficult years. And I am very blessed. I am very blessed to have a deputy leader as talented and as hard-working as Richard is. He's a tremendous credit to this party. Give him a round of applause. I'm pleased to see the membership is now up through 242,000, 250,000. Here we come. It has been, I really believe it's been the most incredible conference. The big word that comes out of it is energy. The energy has been literally unbelievable. The enthusiasm has been extraordinary. And the fact that you've all stayed right to the very end. And what a strong end it was, wasn't it? Lucy Connelly, wow, what about that? But there was one speech yesterday that made me think deeply about our future. And that was Preston Manning, the founder of the Reform Party of Canada, a party that came from nowhere and took over the government of Canada and ran it well for 10 years. And he talked about the story of how they did it. And there was a point that he made. The point that he made was, when we had our disagreements, we had them in private. Now, you know, you can't get a large number of councillors from a county and everyone's going to love each other, that everyone's going to agree. It's not possible with human beings that could ever be the case. But my sort of big message at the end of this conference, as we head towards those massive elections in Wales, in Scotland, in London, in the Midlands and elsewhere next year, is that you are the people's army. And to succeed, it needs one thing: discipline. Can we please exercise discipline and air our disagreements between each other in private and not in public? And if we do that, we will succeed. We will. Now, there was another speech yesterday, right at the end, that really did move me. And it was Lee Anderson, who, by the way, can be incredibly funny when he wants to be. But there was a very serious message that came from Lee yesterday, and it talked about good, sound, solid principles. He talked about his life, and it encapsulated everything we're about. He talked about his family. He talked about his community. He talked about his belief in country. He talked about getting up of a morning, going to work. He talked about self-pride, self-respect, getting on with life, not relying on others to bail you out of your problems, whilst at the same time fully understanding there are some in society who do need help. But I think we all know we're now living in a country where we're paying a lot of people not to go to work who should be going to work. And I want to invite Lee Anderson up onto the stage now. Come on, Lee.
Great man.
I was so impressed by what Lee said, and particularly as you'd worked within the system, Lee, hadn't you?
Yeah, I've worked within the system, Nigel. I worked for the Citizens Advice Bureau for many, many years. I saw real poverty, I saw real desperation, but I also saw some people that should have been going to work, some may be swinging the lead sometimes. But it's not fair, because we should always protect our vulnerable, our disabled people, the people that need the real care. But there are millions of people out there. And I don't always, to be honest with you, Nigel, I don't always blame the people, because I was lucky. I was lucky in the fact that I lived in a little terraced house with Mum and Dad. But like I said yesterday, we were the alarm clock generation. I heard my dad get up in the morning and go and do a shift. Didn't have much money, but that taught me the value of hard work and family. Get out there, do a job, do some graft and provide for your family. And if we all do that, under Nigel Farage's leadership, we'll make this a better country.
Well, having heard all of that, I have no hesitation in announcing henceforth Lee Anderson is this party's welfare spokesman. Congratulations, Lee. Now, can I please just say this? This was the one man that had the guts at the end of the last Parliament to join Reform, and he won his seat with an even bigger majority.
Bigger vote share, yeah.
Bigger vote share. He encouraged people in Ashfield and in neighbouring areas to put their names forward for the county council elections, and we had a massive success. Next year, we're going to need up to 5,000 of you standing in Swindon, standing in bits of Kent, standing in bits of Yorkshire, standing in the West Midlands, Wales, Scotland and London, where we're going to need almost 2,000 people as candidates. Last year, At the end of the conference, I urge people, please put your names forward to be a candidate. And people went out, and the Reform Village is there today, and they volunteered in large numbers. And I have to make that same call to you, conference, this afternoon. Are there people among you prepared to stand up? Prepared to stand up and be candidates next year? Who wants to be a candidate next year? Stand up.
Stand up.
Come on, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. This is the People's Army in operation. Well done, all of you. Fabulous.
Get up. Come on.
Fabulous. Well, thank you. Thank you. You do realise that you're all on camera. You don't mind? Good. Good. There's no turning back for any of you. Okay, we're going to end this conference now. I'm going to invite all the other speakers, those that have participated on the stage here over the last 2 days, to come and join Lee and I now and give them a big hand as they make their way up the steps. You better come here.
Well done, Sarah.
Yeah, fine. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the team. Thank you to you for all being here. I'm very proud to lead a party like this. I've had a fantastic conference. I really am honoured to be doing this job with your enthusiasm, encourage, love and support. Now, we will end the conference by singing the national anthem. But I am going to keep the microphone as far away. I'm going to let Andrea Jenkins be the star. So, please stand for the national anthem and travel home safely.
Please join in as well.